We're in. We're on. We're live.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. It's helicopter day. I feel like I haven't streamed in 1,000 years. Someone is giving a sub on Twitch, which is crazy. I hope you didn't pay any money for that. And that came from the Prime subs or whatever. But either way, thank you. It will go in the snack fund. Ethan, do you even know what I'm doing today? Like, did I fill you in?
On the helicopter?
Yeah, the helicopter.
That's all the news I got.
So, okay, so it's the Mech lifter helicopter. I was thinking about this a
Yes.
lot recently. Like, there's one other like design challenge that we're going to be tackling today. And it's not just can we helicopter. The question is also how do we gameplay helicopter? How do we like if you're in a respawning game mode, okay, and the helicopter is delivering new players, can you shoot down the helicopter? You know? And what happens?
Potentially.
What happens if you do shoot down the helicopter? Or
Fall damage.
yeah, or how do you make the helicopter not capable of being shot down? There are, you know, several questions to be answered and asked on this one. Now, there's one other question I have. There's one regarding streaming. Is how do I look at both the chats at the same time? Now I only have two monitors, and I tried to put it up on the tablet, couldn't figure it out. So we'll see how it goes. We'll run it as it comes. So I'm just quickly saving and organizing my sketches here. By the way, everyone watching, is the audio levels, are they alright? Are we good?
Test 1.
Not
2,
too
3.
much Ethan, not too much music, certainly not too much me. Image I want to grab really quickly and then a sketch I did to throw on the board.
Is it going to stay with a rotor on each side of the wing, or is it going to be two double stacked in the middle? Do you know?
Well, probably one on each side, but I'm still workshopping that one. I have this sketch here, with the double stack rotor in the middle. I was also looking at the V22 Osprey situation with the bigger, chunkier engines on each side. And I thought that looked pretty cool. So I'm just quickly arranging my reference now as it stands. Hello, Imagine. I mean, that is just cool, to be fair, like, when you look at that. It's hard to knock it.
Oh my god, they're real things.
What are?
They're helicopters that have a massive scoop out of the middle.
A scoop out the middle? Oh, the lifter
Yeah.
helicopters?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that was just a you thing, mate.
No. I didn't make that up. It's a real thing. They're used
Fair
by the
enough.
military as well. Look at that one, lifting like a little APC situation.
Take a minute.
Between last stream and now, how it's development going? Very good, but very, very like full on. I think is a pretty accurate description. Adding like the radar overhaul strike missiles, getting the map situation sorted
Trying
out.
to get playtests to work in time.
Yeah. So like good, but like very busy.
Oh, mega busy.
Oh, you saw V22 IRL. That's cool. They must make an incredible sound when they take off.
The real ones look so goofy, mate. They just...
The lifter helicopters or the Ospreys?
The lifter helicopters. It's a helicopter that someone's just scooped out the middle bit.
Yeah, but they've kind of added that like real strong like bar along the top, and that feels cool because it's like a crane at a dockyard. I think they call them sky cranes or something.
Oh, that's quite good.
Yeah, sky cranes.
God, I had no idea these were real things. Huh. You know how like military like planes often will have like what's it called? They're like rocket thrusters that use hard fuel. So you turn them on and they're just mega thrusters.
Yeah, the JTOL.
That sounds about right.
Jet system. Take off, yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Do you reckon that would work on the heli, or would it not?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't think I'm qualified to answer that question.
Yeah, I mean, I
If
don't
you think
fly
that, if you think
degrees.
they look goofy with the middle scooped out, look at them without the middle scooped out.
Oh, that's quite funny.
Let me check out this image. Someone sent me the Discord. Oh, cool. That's like another one of the sky cranes. That's quite a powerful view here. I'm gonna put this image up on the stream. Like something about like an orange helicopter on like a snowy airfield. Very cool. There's like a slight kind of The Thing vibe to it, but like in a good way, you know? I'm gonna save that one on my reference sheet there. It has been absorbed. We'll get started modeling in a second. I just want to get all my reference together. This is the craziest one, I think, ever. This is it was a concept helicopter. The Soviets never finished building it. But it was supposed to lift like 80-ton trains around Siberia.
Oh my god. How many? Is that 8 blades per rotor?
I think so, on 3 enormous rotors. I always thought this one looked kind of flimsy though. Like it looks kind of flimsy. I imagine it probably wouldn't have been, but it does look quite flimsy.
I guess. I mean, they probably do have those massive steel girders, right, or something like that.
Something, yeah. Or maybe they just didn't think about it that much because it never really got built.
Yeah, the economics of it, it probably burned an unholy amount of fuel. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but I mean, if you need to move a train, you need to move a train, right?
Yeah, I hear you.
Have you ever seen the KA-32? It's just like a little bubble of a helicopter.
Oh, I have it. What an adorable little thing. Is it Soviet, is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Look at those intakes underneath the rotors. Is that like that looks like
The part that interests me about it the most is it has these like really big like wings at the like side fin wing things at the back.
Yeah.
That devilish triangle. It's some like Soviet train lifter helicopter that they never built, and we can be glad because that thing is pretty cursed, to be honest.
Yeah, that's got to be a jet turbine, right? Or jet engine, whichever the word is.
On
Turbine
what?
Engine.
On the
Soviet double rotor blade.
no, most
The
it's
blob.
I don't think it's a jet. I think it's just a regular helicopter engine. Most helicopters actually have an intake up there with a big engine on the top. Like what's the most normal helicopter I have here? Well, not the V-22. That's arguably not even a helicopter. But this, if you look at this helicopter, it has it. It's here on this helicopter has it, although it's more to the side.
Huh.
It's actually a very normal helicopter thing.
Fair enough.
Sky crane has it. It's pretty exposed on the sky crane, like you can see the whole engine. Soviets and train lifters, man. Well, I mean, the reason why I have it here, it's not because I want to take design cues from it, but it is the only helicopter that has ever even come close to existing that could lift a mech. I don't think it, it obviously never did exist, but it came a lot closer to existing than most other things, I think. So, yeah. Alright, I think it's probably time to get into design. Let's start hacking this model up a little bit. Okay, so first mission here is that this like wing it has is like a little bit too big, I think. So I'm gonna cut that down to size a little bit. Or more like it's a bit too long, I guess you could say. And also I want to get some mechs in here for scale so we can feel how big this thing's gonna be. And we can get a sense of like how many Zhubaks it could carry or whatever. And I want a bit more bulk on the wingtips as well. Because usually they have like a suspension gear there for like the heavy touchdowns, I imagine this kind of helicopter does.
What do you think about something like truly massive rotor blades, or something that's just a bit like not common right now, but kind of gives it the sense of scale that it would need?
I think it's a pretty good idea. I was looking at like jet thrusters as well, like rocket boosters
Yeah,
and stuff,
yeah.
like thinking about how that could potentially be used. Four sets of blades. I was thinking that that is a possibility. We could go quad blades. I actually, while we're here, I want to do a few small, like, experimental, quicker models as well, of like something that would potentially carry like 4 mechs or more. Just to get a feel for it, you know? Just to see how it could be.
Yeah, I mean that could be cool. Yeah, I was thinking like a fleet, you know, like a full fleet with them carrying them all. Would be
I was
cool,
thinking about it too, but I was having some conversations, and like, we're going like, well, it would be kind of cool to have them all in one, and now I'm unsure, so we'll get an experiment going. And I also want to do a small sketch while we're here too. Maybe I'm overloading too many ideas for one day streaming, but I would like to try a small sketch of a ground-based thing with like big tracks that's like a moving mech hangar.
Oh, that could be good. You thinking of like the excavator thingies?
That, but also like, do you ever watch Star Wars?
Ooh, the originals, yeah.
Just any of them, I think. Whichever one had the it had like a. I am streaming. We'll see if it's swag art or not, but you know, we'll do what we can. But in Star Wars they had the I think it was called Sandcrawler. Yes, it was called the Sandcrawler. Brilliant. I'll put it on the reference sheet, even though it's absolutely not a helicopter. That's just a
I
helicopter.
remember this. Yeah.
But I just think, you know, you could have something not a lot unlike this that was just a moving mech hangar, and that would be a pretty cool way to deploy in respawn mode.
Yeah,
It's like
reloads.
the door just opens up and then like a new mech comes out. It can be like a, you know, an infinite space inside, you know, it's just full of 100 mechs ready to come out. But I think it could be pretty neat as it goes. Maybe a bit like those Dune spice harvesters as well.
Not familiar with those, no spoilers. I will watch it.
You'll watch Dune eventually. Well, I mean, look, it's just a big rolling vehicle that looks kind of similar to that. There's no real spoilers in knowing what a spice
Okey-dokey.
harvester looks like. But I feel like you could definitely fit some mechs in that guy.
Oh yeah.
Suspiciously Velican-shaped hangar. Greetings. How do you learn to create games? And is it a good idea to go to private school? Private school? I don't know, maybe, but it depends. Like, how do you learn to create games? You just start making games. Like, everything you need is at your fingertips online for free, as long as you have a computer. And
it's easier now than ever.
Yeah, every day it gets easier as new resources are created, but that's making games. Do you need to go to private school? I would say not really. It depends what kind of person you are, like, and what you want to do. Like, do you want to be a game director, or do you want to be like a game, you know, artist? If you, and also like, how self-driven are you? Like, if you're really like self-driven and you can just sit there every day and like study, and you know how to like study and look stuff up, then you can just do that, and it works pretty well. But if you're not, and you need like an environment to study, because everyone does sometimes, right? Then going to a university or a college or a private school or whatever could be pretty good. But I am mostly dubious about like gaming schools, game development schools, etc. But that answers your
The number
question.
one thing, you got to have the love and the passion for it, and if you have that, that'll just carry you through.
Yeah, I would say so. But also like, There's moments where the love and the passion will not carry through, and it's just hard work. And in times like that, it can be helpful to be in an environment that is encouraging, you know, like the school. It just depends if you think you need that or not. Because if you don't need that, you can save a lot of money and a reasonable amount of time also. But there's cool things about going to school, like the social experience, the you know, environment and everything. Yeah, game jams are great. Like, spend like a couple, I'd say just like make your first game so you actually have a decent handle on tools and then do a game jam and you'll probably have a very good time. This shape's already feeling a lot better to me, a lot more believable. Trim the cockpit down a little bit. I feel like if they were building this, they would want to save weight like wherever possible, you know? And having an enormous cockpit probably wouldn't be part of that.
That makes sense, yeah.
Because, you know, the less you're carrying of your helicopter, the more you're lifting of, like, random mechs and stuff.
Less helicopter, more mech.
Less helicopter, more of the package of 500 Zubaks in a shipping container you're about to drop on the enemy. I didn't realize, but the comment about game jams and the comment about asking to go to private school were from completely different people, and I didn't read them properly and replied like it was the same person. My bad. Just gonna try and visualize these rotor blades like as a giant disc as it will be when they are spinning.
They probably shouldn't droop below the wheels.
Yeah, no, yeah, they probably shouldn't. I did park that one. Pretty bad for helicopter business if they drooped below the wheels. This seems about right.
I've heard that's a thing for real, like helicopters. Like some rotors will droop below to like head level height only right when they're slowing down, like right at the end of slowing down, so they can
Just
be
enough
slightly-
to knock you out, you know,
Yeah.
just enough to give you a little bump in the head.
Yeah. Don't know if that's true. I just heard it. Because apparently they'll make sure to keep the revs high whilst people are getting in and out.
It's probably true. It seems believable.
I could believe it for some.
They are made out of like floppy material, you know. Like that one droops
Yeah.
quite a lot. Stops. It's got a bit of a droop to it. I can believe it. I can believe it. It's like wings, you know. They flex and they bend.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a decent shape for the thing. Needs like an engine block here, I think. Unless I want to radically change it and put the engines on the end of the wings. I'm just thinking about the connection points for hanging a mech from this thing. And making sure it can hang like every size of mech quite comfortably.
How do they attach? Is it going to be like a whole load of cables?
Yeah.
They have to be some real strong cables.
They make pretty strong cables, you know, they make those like cables that can hold up bridges, so I'm a believer.
Yeah. It's a bridge cable.
Taken from nearby bridges.
Yeah. Day 2 of working on feedback from the playtest.
And what are you doing now?
I'm actually fixing up a bunch of the colliders from the
okay.
destroyable actors. If you remember that, they were bugging out a bunch and people getting like stuck on them.
Oh, actually, I do not remember that. So
It
you
wasn't the last
got
one, it was
away
the
with
one
it.
before.
Oh, okay.
That's why. Yeah. And I kind of fixed it, but not properly. So now I'm properly fixing it. Remember when the wire fences were completely in like infinite what's the word? Invulnerable to all projectiles and they would just stop everything?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. I'm a good programmer, aren't I? The best around. Fact. Wait.
What do you think of these cable positions? Does that feel believable to you? Like from the wings only? I could have one coming from the head, I guess, but
Ooh.
if you have too many cables, it feels weird. Like, let me look at how they are in the real thing for a second.
I know,
Four cables,
I mean,
one on each corner. Four on each. Oh, they have like one single point going to four. Interesting. Let me try that.
yeah, I feel like that would like make the wings bend like hell. You know
Oh,
what I
that's
mean?
so
Which would
true.
then-
That's so
which
true.
would then bend the rotors. It would probably be slightly more realistic if it was just from the middle. Yeah.
Let's try the middle.
Or
Let's
maybe
try the
multiple
middle.
from the mid. Yeah.
I think we do it from the middle, but then we have it come out like this image here, where it's like lifting this little tank up.
Okay, I made them. Oh dear. Oh, is that because they need to collect? Yeah, it is. I would just leave it like that for now.
An inch and 7/8 cable can hold up on decks. Like what kind of decks? Like aircraft carrier decks or something, or? Because like when you think about it, they do have those arresting cables on aircraft carrier decks that can stop a full speed, like jet, right? Or
They
well,
do
not
get
okay, not a
multiple.
full speed jet, but
They
they're
land pretty hot. Yeah.
They come in with afterburner on pretty fast, so
They fully deploy the afterburner, right?
Yeah, it's
Once
because
they're
it's. I think if they need to do a go around.
Yep. Yeah.
Deca Newton. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what that is. You might need to fill me on that one. Okay, I think I like that carrying configuration the most anyway.
How does that like stop it from like spiraling or spinning? You know what I mean?
It probably doesn't. Or
Oh,
maybe,
yeah. So
or,
what, like,
well, if they're like, I mean, if they're like one cable, maybe it's good if it spins. I mean, we could just have it like locked straight ahead, but, or have like a physics thing like guiding it straight ahead, but in real life, it's probably good for it to spin so that the aerodynamics of the helicopter aren't like completely impacted by having a tank-shaped object underneath it. That'd be my
probably
guess.
putting a lot of forces on it, you know what I mean? On the
Yeah.
cables. If it was tangling up.
Well, it probably, what I'm saying is though, it probably spins freely, right? Like this, like part here probably spins freely so that if you rotate the helicopter, what's underneath it will follow on with like inertia, but like not like directly connected.
I have a feeling it would start spinning really quick at times, and that would probably start breaking stuff.
Have you seen that video where they're like para rescuing like a woman off the
Yeah,
mountain?
yeah.
And then she's just spinning. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
we will just ignore this problem.
Yeah. I love that there's a gate in in the project called Man Gate.
Probably not even close to the most ridiculous name that we have in the project or something.
I mean, fair enough. It could have been a Mech Gate. Fair
There
enough.
are mech gates in the project as well.
Yeah.
Kijiko said the moment the game gets mods, they're paying someone to make the helicopter have like a big hand instead of the instead of what it has, which I think is quite funny.
You know those claw machine games?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be funny. Grab the mech you want.
There we go. That's better.
PG's now changed their mind and they say, "The hell with the hand, claw time." It would actually be extremely fun to have a mode where you're like extracting mechs and you're flying the helicopter. I don't think we'll ever do that, but it would be fun. Oh, we do have that old helicopter code lying around though.
Ah. Scary code that is.
Okay, what do we think about this shape? Because fundamentally, I actually really like the silhouette of what we've got going on here. I do want to explore some of the other options, but I think this is kind of nice. Maybe the propellers should be more like near the end of the wings. Or something a bit different. Or we can try like the double stacker. But this is not bad. Let's say that as like propeller option.
I have a thing for the double stacker personally.
Oh, okay, let's do the double stacker next. Oh, it's cutting into the tail there. Let's shrink the blades down a little bit. What the fuck happened here? It's gone 1, 2, 3. It's getting bigger as it goes around. I messed up my modifier stack and the blades have gone crazy. A cutout slash crane Chinook. Ooh, true. I want the blades just to be larger. Yeah, it's kind of nice. Well, Pedro, we're experimenting. It's not that it's not a double interlaced rotor. It's just that we're seeing like what do we like more? Do we like the double stacked rotor or do we like the side by side interlaced rotors? And we're gonna pick whichever one we like more. Hmm. I kind of like the double rotor, Ethan. What do you think?
Yeah, that's my vote.
That's your vote. I think I want to do an alternative variation with like big engines on each side, like kind of V22 style. I don't know how well that's going to respond to this chassis shape in terms of how balanced it'll feel, but it is kind of interesting. So we'll give it a go. Say this is like version 1. Could make like a V2 file. Pusher fans at the back for more acceleration. That's actually a fairly interesting idea. Let me see about trying the version I have in mind here first, and then we can look at that. I'm just trying to flip this rotor around. They won't play ball. There we go. So we have version 1 with the double rotors like this. We have version 2 with the rotors like this. Someone just posted some Lego in the Discord. I can't see who it is because the name is like shortened on Discord, but I guess it might be. Oh, it's Imagine. It's Imagine posting the Lego. Get on the rep sheet here. It's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool Lego set, honestly. This style seems to introduce roll over hilly terrain. Does look interesting as a dual offset. Sent Lego, Crane, Chinook, and anything general. Yeah, I see it. Okay, I'm gonna hack up the chassis a bit here, so let me just make a duplicate of the chassis. Let's move this into a folder for scale. Take the scale folder for a second, move this into a folder for the hoist. Take the hoist for a second, and then let's move all this into chassis 1. Then we can do a duplicate, move that to chassis 2. And then I can mess it around a bit, and we still have chassis 1 untouched, unbothered, in its element. Not getting destroyed by whatever else we're doing with this, trying to add big rotors. Interlocking rotors, but there's a third one. Look at this monstrosity. This is what you want.
The Dorito.
And we're not talking about the vegan. Hello, Cosmo Gaming. Welcome back. I'm between chats right now, and I'm down a monitor, so if I take longer to see messages or whatever, my bad. But that's just how it's going to be. Moisturized in its lane. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do, I'm just going to cut this wing, like, clean off. Nope, that destroyed everything. Let's go for this and just cut down here like that. There we go. Let's just apply all these brilliants. We're getting destructive now. We mean business. In 3D modeling, destructive doesn't necessarily mean you're destroying anything, but it means that you're, although in this case I am, it quite specifically means you're making changes that cannot easily be reversed. Helicopter. For the record, Ethan, that wasn't me just saying that, as much as I would do that. I was reading something someone else said.
Yeah, that was completely and utterly within character.
Yeah, that was not outside of what I would normally do.
No, not at all.
I do kind of want to experiment with the quadcopter. It's sort of a, like, mech drops ship classic, you know, in terms of, like, what people, like, typically would explore in this category. Now, that doesn't mean we have to do it, but I am, like, kind of curious about it, right? This one suddenly has, like, changing the wing angle gives this, like, an insanely imposing feeling. Like, it's really, like, coming over you here. It kind of feels like the big ships in, like, Tron or something. Let's see about giving it some big, like, wingtip engines on these beefy-ass wings. Yeah, no, I remember you from previous streams, Cosmo. What were we saying, sir, Ethan?
Do you like the TriStar, like the airplanes that have like 2-3 engines just right at the tail of the plane?
3 engines at the end?
Yeah, the TriStar's got 3. Yeah, left, right, top.
I actually do not even know what that TriStar is, to be honest, but it sounds daunting. Here's a question for you, Ethan. A while ago, you were wrong? A while ago, you said you liked helicopters more than jets. Is that still true?
Yes.
Ooh, he's getting challenged.
Yeah, but a tiny smidge.
Only a little bit, okay.
Yeah. Okay, TriStar has 3, and it does have 1 on top of the tail, but the other 2 are on the wings. But I'm pretty sure there's a plane out there that has all 3 on the tail.
If they called it the TriStar and it didn't have 3 engines, you could probably sue them for that.
Yep, they exist.
3 on the tail?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think it was back when before modern jet engines, where they made them way bigger. That was when they were
Mm.
still more like, what's the word, jet, and yeah, jet turbines rather than turbo props. Ah, I forget the words. I don't know.
Turboprops are just propellers.
Yeah, well, the modern ones are basically just propellers that are powered by a jet turbine.
If you
All
set
the
the
thrust comes from that big internal one.
if you set oh, this is actually a pretty cool idea someone just suggested here. If you set they say if you set the cable mount points right, the mech can be pulled to parallel inside the frame for long flights, like lying down like on its face. Does that make sense? That would be really cool, actually. That would feel quite nice.
Imagine the dude just sitting in the mech as well.
Looking like nose down.
Yeah. Oh, that'd make the landing so sick if the mech flips down.
Yeah, that could be huge, actually.
Mega.
Your suggestion
You
will
need to
be
do like a
considered.
Cobra maneuver to get the damn thing to deploy quickly.
I feel like it'd be more like a combat landing, you know, like
Yeah,
crazy armor pilots do. Okay, let's see about adding some like dubiously large engines on the end of the wings here. This 3D modeling, like when I'm doing modeling for concepts like this, oh my god, the modeling is so gross and disgusting and bad. But like, like this stuff clipping into here, this is like the same mesh just clipping into itself for no reason. A J-turn, is that what it's called? Or is that when you do it in a car? I don't know. So the way that we're kind of imagining it right now is that having it fit in the bottom does slightly detract from the idea we have right now. Because the idea we have right now is when you're picking your mech, you know, if you played the game, you're going to be pretty familiar with the mech selection menu. It's hard to get away from it. But right now it's just on a black background. What we want to replace it with is a shot like this. So you'll have like your mech selection panel here, and you're like picking your mechs, and then you see them like dangling from the helicopter as you go along. So you're picking and you're getting this like dangling like mech helicopter situation as you go. Makes it a bit more exciting at the beginning of the game, contextualizes like what's going on. And then when the game starts, you'll see the mech get like dropped off, and then you'll be inside the cockpit, or you'll see it get dropped from the cockpit perspective or something. It's true. Like in all the best FPS games, like you get a little cinematic at the beginning of the match, right? You know, it's barely even. It certainly isn't a cutscene. It's like a small animation, if anything. Like in Battlefield 6, you get to do like a little jump out the back of a truck thing. In Titanfall 2, you jumped out the back of like an airplane or like a spaceship thing. You know, it's that little bit of context. It just makes all the difference. It just makes such a difference. So we're going to give it that little bit of context.
We give the Kukushka a 1 in 100 chance of doing the Kazotsky kick when it gets flown.
Can you imagine what that would do to the helicopter?
Just his legs just flailing and the helicopter going up and down. And there's your back. Give it a 1 in 100 of being attached upside down. That feels about right.
TechBird here, Ethan, has given us an interesting triple jet fact. They created the triple jet because a dual-engine jet wasn't allowed to be more than 1 hour from an airport in case of emergencies. 3 and 4-engine jets are allowed to be up to 2 hours for oceanic flight, I guess, like across the ocean or whatever. So I assume they needed something that would fly across the ocean, but they didn't want to spend the money to get like 4 jets.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Yeah.
But yeah,
Redundancy, right?
MechWarrior Online does have a startup, and it's a very nice one too. Actually, I like it a lot when you get dropped out the like drop ship or whatever. And as a bonus, we can use this vehicle to deliver players during respawning game modes.
Yeah, that'd be really cool.
It might not have been a jump out the truck, Hijiko. It might have just been like a... I think it might have just been like a standing round at the beginning of the match thing, but it did have like a little thing. And there was some other game. It might have been like a Call of Duty or something where you jumped out a truck at the beginning of the match. But I've definitely played some game where at the beginning of a multiplayer match you like jump out the truck. That is true, Cosmos. That could work like that, yeah. It could like get dropped down when you pick. That's the mood. Yeah, well we will have voice lines in the intro. We have like the voice actor recordings have begun. Isaac. And the guy they're working with. He's very good. You may have noticed him around the Discord now. A little bit. Let's see if I can use the engines on the end of the wingtips. So it kind of needs like a... Look at the V22. It's a very interesting shape. I'm going to probably freestyle it a little bit and not go too close to that, but let's see what I come up with. The multiple factions to pick from thing. Yeah. In Unity, we kind of have like the mercenary thing going, so you're like every faction at the same time, in a way, you know, for mostly gameplay convenience. But I agree that in Timefall it is interesting. I always picked the robot guy. He was cool. I also played as him in Apex Legends, so I really had quite an affinity for the robot guy in Timefall. I'm always kind of like a little bit like surprised, I guess, at like how unpopular, well maybe not unpopular, but like compared to how Apex Legends, it felt, do you agree that, Ethan, that it felt like Apex Legends had like a huge launch when that game came out? Or is that just me?
It definitely had a mega viral moment, but I don't know if
Yeah.
that was launched. I can't remember.
Maybe it wasn't launched, but it felt like it was really big and then it just wasn't, you know?
It's still like huge, isn't it?
The
Like,
thing is,
Bear
it
Camp's
is
so
it is
crazy.
huge, but I think it's not huge that much in like the UK and America. Like I know it's really big in Japan, but like that it surprised me, I guess, that it kind of, I wouldn't say it went away as such, but like it didn't stay in the zeitgeist in the way that I thought it might. Bear with me here for a minute, guys. It may look I have lost the way, but I think I'm going somewhere with this. I might not be going somewhere with this. We'll see. is huge in the 85 gigabytes on your hard drive. That's small beans for games these days. That's light work. I mean, games like that these days just regularly fly over 100 gigabytes like it's nothing. I remember when Titanfall 2 came out and it was like a pretty huge install. That was actually like a controversial thing, but now it's like... I think it was like 35 gigabytes as well, was like the file size. And people were like mad about that at the time when Titanfall 2 came out. And now it's like 35 gigabytes? These guys are optimization gods. How do they do it? Was our game inspired by Mech Warrior? Yeah, it was. Mech Warrior is a big inspiration for EOD. And also like V4 VR, Nuclear Option. More recently, actually, Nuclear Option's been inspiring. War Thunder in some ways. Quite a lot of games. Well, certainly a different design. What do we think about this?
Kind of vibe with it, honestly, yeah.
It's kind of... I like it for some reason. It feels more unique, I suppose, than the previous ideas. And like the rotor placement, it kind of has a bit more to it. Like
The
I could...
rotors pitch forward.
I was kind of imagining they could. Although I think they're a bit
I
too...
think they'd need to.
They're a bit too
else the whole
large.
body would. Ah, yeah.
You can just tilt it forward though, in theory, right? Like it's a helicopter after all, but...
Yeah. Yeah.
Are we planning to add mechs with hands? No. This is like a tactical mech game, I guess is the idea, with like military vibes. If that makes sense. So our goal, hands not necessarily on the menu, melee combat not on the menu, but loads of guns, railguns, lasers, missiles. Especially recently, missiles have been a big part of development. I'm just kind of a sucker for like when you get the little like wingtip like things on like on the KA-58 thing here, although I probably wouldn't go quite as passionately large with them. Has the railgun actually been brought into a functioning state? I don't know, maybe. Yeah? No, it hasn't, not yet. It's nearly there, it's like half done. And it's never good to leave something half-assed. But we are just letting it simmer a little bit more, giving it a bit more of the time it deserves. Before we bring it back into playable. It'll be playable in PBT4 for sure. Just not yet. But when it does come back, it's going to be nice, I think.
Oh, man.
That's Ethan's reaction to having to fix the railgun.
Nah, it's this. Show the streamlet if you want.
What is it?
I'm working on adding a notification to this purchasing and I did it wrong.
This is what Ethan's just sent me here. Someone's getting fired. But I don't know what he's done wrong. Who get fired?
It's the default like message, so that if I mess up my code,
Oh,
I don't
okay,
display
okay.
the correct message. It just says bad.
That's fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, when the railgun does get brought into functional state, it's gonna be nice because it's gonna have like the capacity to like, you know, you'll get that like charge up animation, or not necessarily animation, but like you'll get that like charge up state. I think the rotor like housings here need to be larger. Oh yeah, definitely. How much time did you spend overall with this game development ideas? Well, in terms of like hours, I have no idea, an uncountable amount. But we've been at it for like 4 years at various states. The game has changed a lot as we've come along. That's like the rough ballpark amount of time. Melee shotguns? There are shotguns, the flat cannon, but there's no melee. The only melee is the HMK, yeah. Well, in the last like Patreon like session when we were playing with them, there was my memory's failing me here on exactly who did it, but one of them really realized how strong a Jabak sprinting at full speed, jumping off something, sailing through the air, and then landing on another mech could be. Because the damage if you land on top of another mech is huge. So basically, like, he was kind of just sprinting through and then like jumping on you before you could get him with your weapons. And obviously you couldn't like, you can't, you know, you can shoot his legs off, but it takes longer than like doing any other kind of response. So he found it pretty effective. Now, he didn't get it every time. It was about as much of a success rate as you would think, you know. But it was terrifying when you see the Jabak just like come flying out. What's the deal with canister weapons? Only weapon type to only have one hardpoint slot on any mech. What do you mean canister weapons? Do you mean like the bullfrog or something different? Silhouette from above is kind of nice though.
Yeah, I rate this the highest.
This I also rate this. It doesn't feel unreasonable that this would actually lift a mech. Hello, Benjamin.
Can the rotors be bigger or longer again?
We can make them bigger, but like no, we can definitely make them bigger, but then they wouldn't be tilt rotors because they'd be clipping into the body, which like that could be fine. Maybe they can only tilt maybe they could only tilt like I don't know 5 or 6 or 10 degrees, right? Maybe
that's kind of fair, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, usually tilt rotors go 90 degrees, but like say that this isn't, you know, say this isn't like a one like the this isn't like the V-22. Like we could just say that this is like it is a helicopter, but it has like slight tilting capability.
You could I mean, you could just lift them up higher as well to give you more angle.
Could you? that something?
Right?
I don't know. Is that possible?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, no, yeah, of course it is. Yeah, I forgot how that works. I don't also, yeah. So you could, I mean, you could angle them that much. That would make you go forward like a lot more than
A
normal.
lot, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this isn't a fighter, aircraft.
No,
It's a freight
it's for lugging
aircraft.
stuff around. That being said, I did think we could add some pylons on the bottom here, and then we could just, if we want to add like helicopters into the PvE combat mode, we could just use this model again, but with like pylon weapons underslung. Save some asset production time.
That's its deal, right? It can carry a mech, so it can carry a mech's worth of ammo and weapons and stuff. Yeah.
This thing suddenly becomes so much more dangerous than any mech in EOD.
God, that'd be fun because it would be a mega glass cannon.
Osprey wings are tilted upwards and forwards for clearance reasons for the rotors. Makes sense. Makes sense. Oh, like the one between Okay, so the deal with the canister weapons, I think you mean pylon weapons. In this case, that's what we call them. Canister weapons is an interesting name though. Maybe that's more correct. But basically the pylon weapons are not fully implemented on the mechs that are in the game right now because the main feature of those weapons is the ability to mount the strike missiles, which like I could probably pull up a video of them on stream actually. I think I have a video on my desktop. Yeah, here we go. Let me show you guys a video of the strike weapons. The best way to show this would be just quickly another. 1 second, just trying to figure out what I'm doing here. What is this thing called? Okay. I'm struggling with the streaming technology here. Give me a second. Display capture. That will do. Display that one. There we go. Okay, can you guys see the... It's probably filled up like the entire stream right now. Yeah, it has. That's fine. But anyway, like here's the This is the strike weapons. They're sort of like long range situational things that lock on targets and then you can fire them over long range. And the reason why pylons are so good is because they mount the strongest weapons in that category that do the most damage. And also another mech is coming that will have like a load more pylons on it. Okay, I'm gonna leave you guys with the helicopter and Ethan for a second, just because I'm in some more water. Back soon.
I know it's a work in progress, but Concept R12 as a name goes hard AF. You know what? Now you say it kind of does. It's our cop-out name for, like, anything. If we don't know, we just call it Concept. Like, the Tempest was Concept 5, right? Our latest mech. Am I ready to strafe tat? I'm never ready to strafe tat, but Knight is always ready, so... He'll need to carry. What about the concept of energy shields? Don't. It might be a bit too far away from the realism feel that we're after. It also might not be necessary. I mean, we might be able to just achieve the same effect with slightly more realistic feeling stuff. It's kind of our general thoughts on it at the moment. Thanks. Tell you what, I had an idea where if you died and you lost all of your mechs in the game, but the game's still going on, it could be kind of funny if you spawn in as a little tank and you can just drive around in your tank and try and do a little bit of damage, and that should hopefully show the, effectiveness disparity between tanks and mechs. It could be a funny little thing. But that would not be done anytime soon. That's a lot of work. Mechs first, tanks later. Do we have cluster bombardment weapons? Haven't played beta. Yep, we have a weapon called the Bullfrog right now, and it does shoot out a cluster of sub-munitions. And the main rationale behind it is it doesn't matter how far away you're shooting, you're going to get the same spread of munitions at all ranges. It's mostly, at the moment at least, to deal damage to as many components on enemy mechs as possible. Oh, the stream on Twitch is called Nah. Forward that on.
All right, I'm back. Fed and watered and ready to continue. I'm the correct stream name on Twitch. It was wrong. I was not working on the map. I've been doing the helicopter. We are Sosa back. Ethan, are you ready to be on the air again? I'll unmute you. Yeah, okay, cool. He was having some mic issues. And he tried to blame me.
I know. It's still there, actually. Okay.
Maybe it is me then, I don't know. Apparently there's some static. If you guys are hearing the static, chime in to this debate, because we're trying to figure out what's going on here.
Your social pack.
Oh, Ethan, I think it's about to happen.
What?
You know what? I warned you about this yesterday. I don't know for sure, but tidings are there for this draft hat. Well, until the call is made for draft hat, I'm gonna work on the helicopter. So I think I'm pretty happy with the engine situation and the propellers. I'm pretty happy with the tail, I think. The only thing that's left is I want to do some work on this front end a little bit. And then once that's... what I say I'm happy with the overall shape, right? Like, this isn't a finished model. Are they off destruction? Yeah, well... anyway, point is, I want to get the basic shape down, and then we can start modeling it. Like, hardcore, full on. Nice shapes. What's still in the stream?
Text.
Oh yeah, I'm no longer eating pie. Hang on, there we go.
I'm gonna restart the computer, see if that fixes it. I'm pretty sure it's on my end.
Okay. Let's do a little side-by-side comparison, shall we, of this one and the older one. So we got this one here. Let me take a screenshot of that. Then let's check out chassis 1 with prop 1. Where I need to put these props here into the chassis 2. There we go.
If I'll do it.
Oh, I mean, the new one, it just feels so much more new age, doesn't it, really? This helicopter appeals to me in some ways. In many ways, actually, but, like... This one appeals the least, I think. Because these things on the wings doesn't feel great. But, like, the new helicopter, it just feels so much bigger. It feels like it really could lift a Mech compared to the other one. I think we're going with the new one. Is it all better now, Ethan?
I think so, yeah.
Nice.
Just a weird, no.
Nope, no, he's getting static blasted.
I'll do a proper restart.
I've accidentally opened Sony Vegas. Not what I wanted to do. I can't explain why, Kiji, but being called the streamer is very funny to me. It feels a little unusual. I'm not complaining, it's just slightly funny. Okay, anyway, I think it's time to sort this front end out. Yeah. Alright. Front end. Let's check the reference. Let's see what we have. Have you guys seen the Lockheed Martin just announced a new version of the Black Hawk? And it's like a fully autonomous situation. It looks like a Black Hawk, but they've called it the U-Hawk. They've just covered up the front of the helicopter and made it as like a cargo bay. See if I can pull some images up of this. It's very strange, honestly. Here's an image of it. Check it out. It's a Black Hawk, but they kind of cut the cockpit out. Which is sort of a groan from Ethan. I don't know what's going wrong for him, but it's definitely going wrong.
What the hell is...
It's the U-Hawk autonomous helicopter based on the Black Hawk. Front fell off. It looks cool when it's closed. When it's open, it looks insanely goofy. Here's an image of it closed. When it's closed, it looks like some new age, like Neo Tokyo, like badass stealth helicopter situation. But when it opens up, I'm not so sure, man. I'm not so sure.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
Okay. Neo Tokyo mentions. It's funny to me, I guess, that they didn't feel the need to make a new airframe to make this like autonomous helicopter. They were like, yeah, fuck it, just stick it on a Black Hawk. And I mean, clearly they were right, like it's worked. But it feels like something that someone would make as like an art piece on ArtStation. Not like an art piece that's like meant to be like meaningful or deep, but like an art piece that's like you know, like this is like sci-fi concept art, you know what I mean? It's like, fuck it, take the Black Hawk and I don't know, black out the windows, give it a smooth nose, you know? That's like what people do when they're making concept art, and it feels like this is like weirdly close to that. Cool though. Gives you massive Ibis vibes from Nuclear Option. Let's do a side by side comparison. I think the difference you're getting here in particular is that the shape is kind of similar, but the ibis is like it has the windows. Cool helicopter though. I'm gonna leave it on the reference sheet. But yeah, it's like it's just very unusual to me. I feel like I've seen stealth Black Hawk. Have you guys ever seen the images of the stealth Black Hawk that was supposedly used for the Bin Laden raid? I think this image here is the only credible image of the helicopter, and honestly, it's very cool. I love this like paneling they have set up here. I don't know how stealthy it really would be, but like it feels like there's some kind of like familial link here, and it's not just the Black Hawk in the way these shapes are together. I guess what's interesting about this front end is that they've designed it like that for cargo reasons, I assume, and to keep the same aero profile that the Black Hawk has, but it feels like stealth or like the future, you know what I mean? It feels very advanced, even though I assume it was just for like the sake of having a good cargo bay. That's how it kind of feels. It feels like this brought forward. This rotor covering though, incredible stuff.
I'll fix it.
I heard a faint bit of Ethan. It looks smooth, so naturally it must be futuristic. Exactly. You're really quiet now, Ethan. You're barely coming through.
What's going on? Is that any better?
Yeah, it's better.
I'm still hearing it, so I think it might be Discord on my end or bug or something.
Maybe, yeah. I found some more images of what the... I mean, I don't know, like... I'm seeing another... This has become a complete tangent here, but this is another image of what the stealth Black Hawk supposedly looks like, but this seems a bit like a movie prop to me. That doesn't even look like a real aircraft hangar. I don't know. This seems a bit harder to believe than the one that I have the other picture of. That's an UH-60? What do you mean? I'm not following expert, I'm not following. But the front looks straight up like an F117. Yeah, it's unbelievable to me. I don't think this is credible, like, as an actual thing. It seems very unusual. It looks like a movie prop more than anything else. It's just weird. Everything about it doesn't make that much sense for stealth. Like, stealth planes and helicopters don't even look that much like this by the time they supposedly would have made the stealth Black Hawk. So, I'd find this very unbelievable. I find this quite believable in terms of images of the supposed, like, Bin Laden helicopters. I think they tore them down after the raid as well, so we never really will know. Unless, well, I guess we'll know at some point, because I guess the documentation will be released. But, oh, that's interesting. Yeah. So I now found a Reddit thread that's showing a picture of this weird looking thing, and they're calling it Chinese. None of this makes much sense. I think I'm down some complete, total misinformation rabbit hole right now. I'm just going to stick to my guns and go back to 3D modeling. Helicopter analysis is not my forte. Let's delete that off too, because it looks ugly as hell. See what I can do with this front end, eh? Without just making it the... whatever the fuck that was even called. The U Black Hawk or something. I could, you know what I could do? I could be like, so it's the size of a guy. Cut in that like that. Give me this cutter here. You could have, there could be like we could do a sort of blobby nose situation with screens. Not screens, sorry, like window displays. Not displays. You're crazy. Just windows. Good old-fashioned windows. Oh my god, that shame is awful. Wait, hold on. Guys, this never happened. Oh god. It's kind of perfect, but it's so terrible at the same time. It has such a face to it. Keep it. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's like a Ninja Turtle or something. Terrible. Or like Frozone, his like little visor or something. That's probably not gonna stay. But you know, we had the idea, we explored the idea, we laid it to rest. Respect. Oh my god, that's too much of a face. What if I added an extra bevel segment here? Maybe that would help. Yeah, it didn't help. Let's go back to where we were before and find something different to do here. Because that shape was a little bit... I think we can go more bulbous here, I think. We can be like this helicopter here. And we can go blobby. Or like this one here with like an angle down into a blob. Instead of going like big nose style. Okay. Let's see, what do I want to do here? I kind of want it to be more in line. Or do I? Let's get a little bit inspired here. I'm gonna start rounding things out a little bit, start to see how that feels. Now you can notice as well, like this cockpit by helicopter standards, it's huge. Like there's a dude, there's another dude, like two dudes in this cockpit. I mean, it's really big. Dudes would normally be packed up like this, like side by side, so there's a lot of room to shrink it down here, move it around a bit, make some changes. Since we're so like, you know, since it's so big. Two lads, one cockpit, 6-pack of beer, pack of Newport cigarettes, nothing to worry about. It gives it like a devious slope to it when you cut the angle down like that. I kind of like it though. So what I'm just kind of thinking about is, if the pilots are here and they're this size, let's make them sit down. If these are our pilots sitting down, this cockpit is essentially like enormously larger than it needs to be. So how do we make it still work? Now, I'm obviously not going to be modeling the interior because I want to stay sane today. But, and you know, no one's ever going to see it. It would be crazy to model it. I do want it to be scale matched. Just a couple of besties hanging out in the helicopter. I need it to match the scale of what I'm after here. So the question is, how do I do it? And they were co-pilots, active warzone chilling. These guys, look, it's just a delivery job. I won't worry about it. But if I just if I just literally take the front of the helicopter and then shrink it to be tiny, you know, even if it's like about the same width, it looks really bad. So for the sake of having the helicopter feel balanced, I need to figure out how to make this front nose area feel about the right size for people, but also be big to match the rest of the helicopter, and the size that the helicopter has to be to feel like it could lift one of these enormous mechs. Look kind of like Pim with a long... You have a Pim obsession. You see Pim everywhere. We're gonna have to get you help for this Pim fixation you found yourself in possession of. Listen. I'm listening. Finally Friends Season 3 Episode 2. Le Voyage Incroyable des Monstres Granola. Well, look, I mean, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen Season 3. I've seen, like, Season 1. I think some of Season 2. And it is pretty good. There's like on this helicopter from Arma, they have like a guy who sits in the back here, who like watches the mech, and I think that's kind of neat. So I'm gonna stick that on there. Or well, I say that like there's mechs in Arma. There's a guy who like watches the cargo. I think that's just kind of cool. Is this episode like your Zurich moment or something? Like, what made that episode so impactful? I set these to render in front, but there is not for some reason. Don't know why. Ah, there we go. Oh, it doesn't do it in EV mode. Okay, I understand. Well, okay, well, you see, there is on the channel points thing. You can press the strafe tab button. I don't know what the price is right now. 1,500 points. That's a lot of points. Are they called points? Whatever they're called. EOD reference is playing. The point is, you can cash in a strafe tab with the like little things that polygons. Yeah. So I have agreed that there will be strafe tab now and again. It's part of the creative process. You could cash in a random Metal Gear Solid cutscene. It's quite annoying to set that up, but I will do it. If you cash it in, I will do it. Because it's you, I'll let you pick the cutscene. No longer than like 2 or 3 minutes though, just to keep the ball rolling on this helicopter. The entire ending to Metal Gear Solid 2. Now that's what I'm saying. We can't have anything too long. I think I have done that one once, and I played the Major, I'm burning up, because I think that is the funniest shit from Metal Gear Solid 5. There's a time limit to the cutscenes. Well, normally it would be a random one, and I would pick. So I would pick something reasonably length. But, you know. Unless we ran it in parallel, you know, like The 3D modeling's carrying on here, and there's a small Metal Gear cutscene in the corner. The cockpit situation is crazy. Oh my god, it's happened. It's happened. Okay. Do you want to pick, or do you want me to pick? Play that funny monologue? Wait, okay, hold on. Obviously, what's about to happen is tremendous Metal Gear spoilers. So... I'm gonna play not a funny one this time. I'm just gonna play my favorite Metal Gear cutscene. Open up the window. It'll take me a second to get this set up on the stream here. Oh my god, there's an advert. You guys are lucky I have the audio. Oh, why is it making like sloppy sounds? What the fuck? You guys can't see what I'm seeing on YouTube right now, but I'll tell you what, I'm glad I've not seen adverts like that most of the time. That was weird. It was like some kind of fake game show. Right, let's turn the music off. Let's create a window capture. Alright, we can just use the display capture. I think that would be the easiest way. Display capture. Here we go. This display here, I'm just going to turn on desktop audio. Here we go, guys. Sit down, get ready to witness cinema. And tremendous Metal Gear Solid 5 spoilers. If you haven't played the game, play the game before you see this cutscene. Oh, I'm gonna have a little stretch. I'm just gonna take it all in. Bathe in the Kojima. The absolute cinematic experience. I was watching a bit of Metal Gear Solid 5 Peace Walkers the other day, and I received a text message from Ethan. Ethan has lost all audio on his PC. Oh. He can't even hear me now on Discord anymore, but I think that actually might be Discord just glitching out. Hello? Ethan? Can you hear me? Can anyone hear me?
I can't hear it, mate.
Oh, God. Hello? Ethan cannot hear me. You guys can hear me. He can't hear me. This is the If only I could play invisible on the stream though, otherwise it'll get copywritten.
Now do you remember?
I haven't been able to sit and enjoy the cinematic Kojima experience with the technical gremlins Discord is thrown in the works. But here it is anyway.
I've left my mark. You have too. You've written your own history. You're your own man. I'm Big Boss. And you are too. No. He's the two of us together. Where we are today, we built it. This story, this legend, it's ours. We can change the world and with it the future. I am you and you are me. Carry that with you wherever you go. Thank you, my friend. From here on out, Or Big Boss.
I really didn't think about how it would go when I put this points thing on the stream. I can only imagine how confused Ethan is right now, because I think he can see the stream, but he can't hear it, and he can't hear me on Discord. Okay, we're gonna curtail this shortly. We're gonna skip to the golden part because I need to sort the Discord situation out. We're going right for the money shot here. We're gonna get back to the helicopter, and we're gonna get Ethan back on the line. It is cool though, to be fair. These cinematics are very cool. Okay. Right. I hope that was worth your points. I hope you're happy. Alright, I'm going to restart Discord now so Ethan can get back in this. Video Kojima. Yeah, I mean, I when I was watching Metal Gear Solid 5, like Peace Walker, not Peace Walker, the Phantom, whatever, not the Phantom Pain, the one that came before. Ethan, it's chaos.
Yeah, what's going on?
I don't know.
Going on?
I mean, it's going out the window. Sometimes Discord just stops doing the one thing that Discord's meant to do.
Yeah.
And people are like, getting the Metal Gear cutscenes cached in and everything. It's chaos on the stream. It's chaos.
Back to Skype, man. Take me
back to Skype, yeah. Back to Mumble and TeamSpeak.
I'm making the rockets actually fire from where the rocket is. Isn't that incredible?
Oh, that's pretty good, yeah. I'm attempting to solve the big nose of this dropship by making it just feel about the right scale.
Sounds good. So what did you
I think
change?
someone's like blasting tunes outside my window or something. What did I change? Quite a lot actually.
Restart, isn't it? Oh, okay.
Wait, what do you mean? Did I restart?
Yeah, to fix the issue, I mean.
Yeah, I just restarted Discord. That's what I've done every other time that issue's cropped up. I think we're escaping our Straftat here, Ethan. I think the 2v2 is not materializing. We're safe.
Oh no. Oh, getting close to lunchtime.
I just went and had a little bit of pie.
I don't have a pie. I do
The
have bacon.
Webley is weird, like the revolver. You're only escaping because it's a 2v1 so far.
Trust me, I don't count as one.
You were kind of cracked the other time. Where we played.
No, I don't know. No, I was not. It was bad.
All that CS knowledge that you've built up over the years. Cash it in. Cash in all
Yeah,
that aim
CS
training.
CS knowledge does not translate to Straftat.
It kind of sounds like, I think someone's playing music outside my window, but it kind of sounds like a swarm of bees. Hello, Trouble Monkey. One Jabak added to the screen. That is probably the longest it's taken to add a Jabak to the screen. Here we go. One Jabak added to the stream. The longest we've ever gone on stream without adding one, probably. Okay, let's carry on handling this cockpit situation. So I'm now kind of imagining it as like a 2-floor cockpit that has like stairs down to like a door at the bottom or something, and then like an elevated platform like up here. And then in this area here, I don't even know what there is, just like the hopes and dreams of the pilots, I guess.
They're like snacks.
Yeah, storage, stowage, whatever.
Bathroom, maybe. I don't know.
It's gonna be a long haul flight. You might want a bathroom.
Yeah, yeah, and a microwave.
Otherwise, you know, just stick your toddler out the window. Let it loose. I believe the Avro Vulcan had a microwave on board, or at least some kind of kitchen or like way of preparing food. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I know that I think some British like long range bomber did have food prep on board. I think it
I think
was
the
the
B2
Vulcan.
bombers have a microwave on them.
The B2 bombers? I thought the B2 bombers were the ones where you're like locked in your seat, basically.
I don't think so. Yes, a B2 bomber is equipped with a microwave and a mini fridge and a bunk bed.
Wow. Okay, never mind.
On flights that can last up to 37 hours. Yeah. I want some scran. I want a microwave burger. when I'm
The
flying my
Avro
B2
Vulcan
bomber.
had 2 small food heaters behind the pilot seats. Interesting.
Why is life hard?
Oh, my YouTube chat had been glitched for a long time, so I did not see what anyone had said for a long time. My bad. TechBurn, you've sent a lot of messages that I've not replied to. They just simply did not show up, so sorry about that. You'll need room for landing gear to retract into the frame. I actually thought it would be a fixed gear on this one, because the aerodynamic profile was already so cooked that it wouldn't really matter that much. I've actually missed a heinously large amount of YouTube chat. Like, I'm looking through it now. There's like too much to even to even go back to and reply to. So I will just say, my bad on that one. Oh yeah, I want to put a fuel probe on it as well because that's cool. And there's no other reason. It's never escaping the boiling vessel allegations. Surely other nations' tanks have boiling vessels as well. Like, I feel like it's just something you'd really want and need if you were a tanker. Like a bit of hot water here and there, you know. Something to cook your instant meal. See you around, Trouble Monkey. Thanks for coming to the stream. It's mostly you commenting on design aspects. Nonetheless, those are comments I don't want to miss. It's good stuff in there. Okay, let me try my sketch that I did here. Am I missing anything? I forgot the camera. I want to add a little camera on the front here. I'm kind of curious what's going on outside my house right now. Because it's really loud. And normally it's like I live in a very peaceful, calm place. But it's like, time to stream EOD Dav. Rev up the beehive. Whey! I don't even particularly mind that much because I feel like it's not picking up on the microphone. But I am more like just sort of slightly confused by the sudden like loud noises. Like a dog or something. Huh? Day in the life of a true EOD pilot. Wake up at 11 o'clock. Put the mech on charge. Rev up the can. Whey! Ethan, do you have any idea what I'm on about?
None whatsoever.
You ever heard the phrase true Brexit geezer?
No.
Hold on. I think I saw the stream audio set up in such a way that you'll hear this.
Day in the life of a true Brexit geezer. Wake up and meet the wife Susan. My little princess. Isn't she beautiful?
My little Quebec, isn't she beautiful? Bullfrog makes a 0.47 loss better. I independently cottoned onto the big one, which was an area on the lower deck. Put a third person to control deployment and recovery of the mech. Oh, cool. During long flight, start for long warps. Yeah, nice, yeah. Desert prison looking lovely today, lads.
Oh. God, that's funny.
I can just like draw on some windows here, get a bit of a feel for it. I just think the size now is about right, considering it's just a bit of dead space down here for like the camera pods, flight electronics, stuff like that. We have a bit of a door here, I reckon. Maybe like a bit of a crew floor down there where there's like a little ladder on the inside. I'm not going to worry about the inside too much because it won't even be modeled. It'll just be like, you know, the windows will be opaque but reflective just to give you that illusion of like glass. See if I can maybe like split this window off into like two here. That would look cool, I think. A joke about mech pilots needing a Mr. Blobby when you think about making the cockpit more blobby. I will probably still make the cockpit more blobby. I cannot be helped in that way. It had like a big like Soviet style like bottom middle window here. That would kind of make sense for a cargo lifter helicopter, I think. I just don't want too many windows. So look, how do they usually do? Okay, like two. Okay, let's rub out what we have here and quickly come up with something new. That's true. Islet's looking lovely today, although Islet has not yet looked lovely. It's too early in the process. Okay, two big windows like that is pretty decent. Oh, look at that like little side window for like whatever that even is for. Quite a fan of that. Theoretically, we could load the helicopters onto the same material you do your mechs with, and then you could color them in. That might be slightly overkill. Hmm. Hmm. Let me give it one more for good measure. Hmm.
Or the Minecraft one.
Hmm. Hmm. They have a lot more panels on the Sky Crane, which is kind of cool. There's a lot of variety, honestly, in how these windows are done. There's not really like a one way that they get done, which is cool. So I could probably just freestyle a bit more. I should probably blobify the front end of this though before I do that. Rev up the subdivide modifier.
Does the stream need to be updated on my eating habits, or
You know, it's probably better they don't know.
it's probably better? Yeah.
If any of you guys are around for the sauce incident, like you just need to know Ethan hasn't got any better. With his judgments have got worse actually over time.
I may have learnt my lesson this time.
Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. Windows around the feet would help with the visibility of the ground. Okay, true. It looks so bad blobified. Let me workshop on that a little bit. It does look more like an aircraft though. It's usually you wouldn't have like a really square front end on an aircraft. It would be fairly rotund, I would say. Yeah, that's a bit better though. I'll do a similar thing to the wings when I get there. I would like it to be a bit more flat down the sides though, you know, not like totally blob, but like more like rounded at the front, but flat at the sides. Yeah, a bit like that. Bring it back a little bit as well, I think. Maybe bring it down a smidgen. It does need some definition in places. If it gets too blobby, it becomes boring and it doesn't feel like an actual thing. So it's at some level of like control over the roundness here. Something like on the fly like this, the style of 3D modeling is not my expertise, so give me a second here while I ruin this one in a bit. It'll take me a bit just to figure it out. Get it right. levels going to be a bit smaller. Yeah, that's getting more on the right lines here. I think adding a bit more of a like a level of stepping to it will help a lot. Yeah, what would be the best way of doing that? We're just pulling these ones out, pushing these back in here. Yeah, there we go. Well, maybe not quite. Oh, well, The hard part of 3D modeling, they don't want you to know that. Making it actually look half decent. This is cool, but why are there only 5 people watching? I don't know, it's just because that's how many people want to watch. It's a pretty chilled out stream today. I mean, we're mostly designing something that isn't, how would I put it, like, it's not as, like, it's not as big a part of the game as, like, mechs or maps or whatever, so I can understand why this would be a more, kind of, niche stream to tune into compared to the regular ones where I'm making like mechs or weapons or whatever. Like it's more outside the interest, right? Oh my god, the draft that just popped. Ethan. Are we getting the 2v2? Can you confirm? Is it happening? Well, no. They're making it double. Ethan, it's happening.
Let's do it.
Okay, let me launch draft that. So, for YouTube viewers, and viewers unaware of how slightly ridiculous this stream can get, probably, you know, you're asking, why are there only 4 viewers? Probably because I do things like this. But, essentially, what we do is, you know, now and again, we have these, like, on Twitch, when you watch, you get points, right? And the way it works is, with the points, it's slightly ridiculous. Yeah, okay, anyway. The point is, you get points, okay, by watching the stream. And with the points, I've set up various... It's hard to call them rewards, let's put it that way. But certain things can happen with these points. And one of these things is having a round of the game Babdi. Nope, that was the game that came before this game. It's a round of the game Straftat. And that has just been cashed in. And I'm just getting ready to deliver on the game of Straftat. Here we go. Game audio, Straftat. Game capture, Straftat. Locking in, Straftat. Okay, here we go. Is this it? Is it working? Please, I need this. I need this. Technical Gremlin's on the stream for a second here. We'll get there. We'll get there.
Technical Gremlins.
Why is it not working? Oh, I probably have to like transform fit to screen. Yes, man. Yes. There we go. You guys seeing what I'm seeing right now? Why is it doing that? It's getting big. I'm trying to make it like fit in the frame, but it's just like getting big by itself. Okay, hold on. Okay, I can't control this Straftat. I'm not sure I ever could. I can tell you right now, I especially cannot control this Straftat. Give me a second. There should be invites. I'll give it to you. I don't know how. Oh god, right. I'm gonna make the lobby public, and I'm gonna kick out anyone who isn't meant to be here. That's how we're gonna run this one. So You can just click join on the main menu, and you'll get into this lobby, or you won't. And once everyone gets in, we're set. Pick the wrong fucking button. Okay. Oh, we're 2 for 2. We've got Ethan and we've got Kichiko. How do I dictate the teams? Free for all? No, teams. Okay, here we go. Team ID 1, team ID 2. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, we're just waiting on one expert.
This stream isn't updating, I think.
I think the stream might have just gone offline.
Oh.
That would be hilarious and hilariously bad. Hold on.
Your voice is going through.
My voice is going
Yeah,
through?
roll in.
Okay, roll in. The window on stream is frozen. Screen. Okay. Technical issue to fix first. Hold on.
Technical gremlins.
It's never ending. Here we go. That's updating. I can see it happening in real time. I apologize. The cropping is slightly bad. I'll hide the frame so we can see it better. Hide the pop-up image. There we go. Okay, guys. Here we go. Straft at maps. Deselect all. Select all. Ready up. Here we go. First to 4 wins. It's happening. What is this game? This game is Straftat. I was explaining before and I'll explain very quickly. On Twitch, people have points and they can redeem things that I struggle to recall rewards, but certainly do mean that... Oh, that's Ethan. Sorry, I shot you. Oh, you killed me. No.
You shot me first.
I know I did. It was a friendly fire incident. Anyway, look, people could redeem things that are nearly rewards and it makes things happen on the stream. And one of them is that we play a game of Straftat against them. It's a free game on Steam. It's very good. You should play it with your friends.
I did not commit what you look like to memory.
I have a blue glow around me.
Oh, you do, look at that.
No! You've got to get it. You've got to get them. So that's what's happening right now. It's high-paced.
Oh,
It's
shit,
octane. It's crazy. Our game, though, not Straftat. Completely unrelated. We're making Engines of Destruction. A slow-paced, tactical mech situation. It's about the opposite of this game, but this game's kind of awesome, so it makes a good little bit on the stream. It's all going down. Okay, we won. Somehow. I didn't even do anything.
That's me.
That's you. Oh god, that is you. Sorry. I'm friendly firing constantly. It's a disaster. Oh, I got him. Okay, it's a tie. It's a tie. The situation is even. I think you shot me at the end there. Why is it always the rocket launchers? I'm so bad at the rocket launchers. Now, if we weren't playing this silly game right now, silly but brilliant, I would say, we would be making the helicopter for EOD, and that will resume immediately after this. Chaos is over.
I have some splash damage, please.
Where even are people? Oh! Oh, yes!
Victory.
Victory! Lock in, Ethan, lock in. Oh,
Whoa.
we're cleaning this up.
What's going on?
Well, that is the unending question of this game, basically. That gun you just picked off is pretty good. Yes!
Whoa. I'm out.
Oh! Claymore situation was not as successful as I would have hoped. Ooh, nice try. Oh no, I shot you. Sorry. Watch out, this claim.
Okay,
Oh,
climbers can do that.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Textbook. Strapped up. Oh. Are there other games for points, or is it more points, more rounds? Neither. This is the only game. There are other various silly things that can happen, but this is the only game, I think. No, sorry, there's Tetris available as well. Tetris is also available.
Is that reloading?
In this game? No, you still have to go when you're gone. Give me a grenade, please. We only have to score 1 point, Ethan, and we win. Come on, let's do this. Oh! Come on, get him, get him. Come here. Yes! Okay, one more, we win. One more, we win. Ooh. No! Okay, you got this. In fact, did not have this. We do play Straftat slaps. It's a random thing. It happens now and again. Not too often. Not too rarely. Hi.
Hi.
Got one? No! This is the deciding round. Whoever wins this, like, whoever wins this map wins. We're undefeated, Ethan. We cannot let this slip away. He's got it. One more, and we win. Nice. Oh. That's Straftat.
GG's.
GG's. Excellent game. Excellent game. I need to just click stop streaming there, like to close the game. I need to just click stop streaming instead.
Back to EOD.
Back to work, back to regular game development. I hope you all enjoyed the Straftat break. GG expert, GG Kijiko.
GG's.
That was close though. That was, I mean, it wasn't the closest possible round, but it was one away from the closest possible thing that could have happened. Time to edit the match. You recorded that? Well, I suppose I did as well, technically. Okay, Ethan, hold it down for a second. I'll be right back.
Alright. Thinking about lunch, boys. Getting hungry. Should I tell you about my adventures with food again? This time it was worse than the sauce. It was definitely worse. It's punishing way more. I think I've learnt my lesson this time. Yeah, the shotgun sucks.
I'm on stream again. Hello, I am.
What do you do in your free time, or you just don't have free time? That's a good question. For me, I play guitar, I go to the gym, I've really gotten to golf recently, and that's it.
That's the lot.
I live a simple life.
Simple yet. Golf makes it seem very lavish, you know? Like, if you have
Um,
golf involved, it seems very fancy
I
and
don't
posh.
think I don't think I have a club that's younger than I am. All my clubs are older than me. Yeah.
Your
All my
second,
irons
fifth
have
hand,
rust.
yeah.
Yeah. Apparently, sometimes rust can help. Apparently.
Interesting. I mean, even though golf can be, like, pretty normal, like, I feel like the image of golf is very lavish, right?
Is it now? I get that. Yeah. I live next to some expensive ones at like 300 quid to go around. Not doing that.
Yeah.
There's actually some cheap ones nearby-ish where I live. Bit of a drive, but like 12 quid, 14 quid to go around. And, it's like several hours because I'm terrible. So
Yeah.
it's really good fun.
I usually just, like, do other, like, digital and art creation stuff in my free time and play some games. Grab a little this, pull this in a little bit like that. Create like another triangle here. So, Ethan, we as a company are currently undefeated on Strafta, right? I've been challenged a few times, never beaten on Tetris either. But I've just had an idea to add a little bit to the silliness, right?
Yeah.
If we get beaten, we remove it, and it never gets played again. So, whoever beats us, like, they've put us into retirement, that's it. So what I'm doing now is actually like starting to work on making this front end of the helicopter like a real thing, that seems a bit more believable, tangible, whatever. Are we there yet? No, not quite, but we will get there. What I'm just trying to do is like understand these like unusual front end shapes a little bit better, because that's the kind of thing I'm just not. I don't quite have it yet on this helicopter. Ah, that's an improvement. That's nice. Because they have like a very unusual shape, but like it's quite hard to get a read on it because of the way that they kind of, how would I put it, like it's very smoothly blended, the whole thing. It's all smooth, even though it's actually quite bulbous in places, or it has like lumps and bumps. Kind of like a human, actually. When you look at a person, they look very smooth, but there's actually loads of like muscles and tissues and like fat deposits or whatever that you have to consider as an artist. Same with the front end of this helicopter in a way. The way I model is very different from you? Yeah, well I was telling you about that when I spoke to you the other day. I honestly think the way I model, people shouldn't do it like this because it kind of makes some parts of it a bit more difficult, like as you get on. Like I'm very destructive with my models a lot of the time. And then I end up having to do like quite a lot of like cleanup later when I'd rather be doing other things. But yeah, we do model very differently. I'm actually modeling a little bit even not like I normally would right now. So I'm actually modeling closer to the way you model right now than I normally would. It would normally be even more different. When's the playtest? We haven't announced it yet, but we are having like we do have play sessions with our patrons like every 2 weeks. We just had one last Saturday, but the next playtest has not yet been announced. Yeah, it's like backwards modeling. Wait, yours or mine? Because mine is pretty backwards, I think. Honestly, I should probably like rework my modeling workflow. Do some studying and stuff and like get better at it. But it's kind of hard to change your habits, I guess, after so long. Yeah. I don't know. It's awkward, and it definitely makes things take like longer than they should. Like it seems kind of like on the short term it has like speed benefits, but then like when you get to the long term, it's actually like really slow because of all the time that you're not spending doing stuff that is like not what you actually wanted to be doing in the first place. You just find it a case of Blender as well? What do you mean like with Blender? Like the modeling is like awkward or backwards or what? MPV? Is that Mia or is it someone else? Yeah, Mia. Interesting. Well, I don't know. I feel like it's definitely a way you can model, but like I think the other way is maybe better. Yeah, I think the way I optimize my meshes is pretty similar to the way anyone else optimizes meshes, but the way I end up getting there can be a little bit different. Um, so it's just something to consider. Now I want to reuse parts from the mechs on this, so I want to put a little camera bubble here, but I want to use the mechs cameras. So I'm going to go and get that model and then drop it in for size, scale, whatever. Let's go grab that model from here. EOD, assets, mechs, resources. See if I can actually find the camera. Here we go. I think when you're in the refining form stage, like, making it low poly is only helpful if it, like, if it's low poly because it makes it easier to move the shapes around, right? Like, that's the only reason why it would be helpful at that stage of the game. I don't think it's helpful if you are, like, making it harder for yourself, because you're going to optimize it later anyway, you know? So, like, I think it's only helpful to be low poly then if it makes it easier, in my view of it. Because sometimes making it higher poly, it doesn't actually make it easier. It makes it like way harder to like create the model. So, you know, you want to keep it as simple as possible, I suppose. $11 people on stream. I'm honestly not really that bothered about how many people watch. Like, this is just a fun thing we do while doing EOD development. Like, if the views are low, the views are low, you know what I mean? And that's just... And to be honest, 11 people watching, it's actually not even, like, low. Like, I think 11 people are standing around where I'm working right now watching me, I'd really be feeling it. So, you know, but ultimately speaking, like, however many people are watching, I'm just glad if anyone's here, because we're just doing this because it's fun to do while we develop the game, getting to share these parts of development with people. It's not like, this is like a huge part of it for us in terms of like, it must have this many viewers. No, we just do it because it's cool. Viewers split between YouTube and Twitch, yeah. I just thought that would be the most convenient for people. And because I get to do the silly stuff on Twitch, which is also fairly fun. And YouTube doesn't have as much support for doing ridiculous things like that. Yeah, I feel like you should really do your topology like after your like, I don't really care what this topology is like right now. It's only low poly because it makes it easier for me to manually edit this shape of the front. Unlike for aircraft, when I'm doing a mech like this, I can get kind of... I can use lots of like cutting booleans and stuff to get like really nice mech shapes. But like with an aircraft, you kind of want to be pulling polygons around a lot, I think. I'm still learning to model aircraft. It's something that's fairly outside of my skill set for now. But since I find aircraft so cool, I want to learn better. 11 on YouTube, so it says 12 on YouTube and 4 on what do you call it, on Twitch. And Kijiko says a small number of passionate viewers, passionate about beating me in Straftat, maybe. Aircraft are relatively simple. Okay, well, I mean, maybe for you, I find them challenging. It's just a weak spot for me personally. This is like very outside of my 3D modeling comfort zone right now. What I'm trying to achieve with this helicopter. That door feels like, I don't know, I mean, it's a bit small, but you could just like knock your head on the way in, you know, wouldn't be too bad. I think that's normal on aircraft, probably. Well, Ethan, Ethan is very tall. Fighter pilots have to be short, as far as I understand, or at least under...
I can't be a fighter pilot?
You can't be a fighter pilot, you're also too old.
Oh. Can I be a mech pilot?
Absolutely. Fighter pilot is an exclusive club. Mech pilot, mechs are for everybody. But yeah, this is like outside my usual like zone. Usually whatever I'm modeling is like fairly square, and that's kind of, if something's fairly square, I know I'm in my I would like the Shabak mech, you know, if it's fairly square, I know I'm where I'm meant to be. When things start getting a bit rounded, when they start having shapes blend into other shapes, it gets a little tough, you know, it gets a little tough. The landing gear is the hardest part for you. For me, that might be the easiest part because it's just a lot of like hard surface Boolean stuff on the landing gear. The fuselage is where I think the most difficulty comes for me. Yeah, I have a style. I think I do have that like art style, but like I wouldn't say I like resent my art style of like that kind of thing, but it's also not my style. It's like a real amalgam of work of like artists like Master Xeon, Machine, to name a few. But I kind of wish my work was a bit more realistic focused, I guess, rather than like conforming to that style. People like the style, but you know, I never aimed to make that my style, it just kind of happened, and now like when I'm trying to escape it and do other stuff, it's like kind of tricky, so I'm like, I should have practiced other things in those times. I'm not too mad about it. It's just that something to like, it's just like a little challenging thing to improve on. You struggle with making anything stylized, your brain doesn't compute. Well, like, style just kind of happens to you sometimes. You can, well, it can go one of two ways. Like, you can design a style and get like really good at it. If you're like a particularly like cognizant artist who's really dialed in, or like if you're like me, somewhere along the line, like style will just happen to you. Usually as a product of like laziness, to be honest. Like the corners you cut will define like And it doesn't necessarily, like, cutting corners doesn't always look bad, but, like, you know, the corners you cut will make recognizable marks in your work. And you can end up finding a style there like I did with my, like, smooth bevels and stuff like you were talking about earlier. Maybe the way you model is because of the style you have. I think it all contributes into itself. And it makes it really difficult to get out of it and change things if that's something you want or need to do. So yeah, it's interesting. Challenging at the same time. As most artistic things are. See, like, I'm even kind of adhering to my own style here, which is like I'm trying to operate outside of it right now to make an aircraft, and I'm still kind of ending up in, like, making something that I would normally make. Let me just delete this, because actually not wild about the way this door is coming through here. What do the actual doors look like on the helicopter? That's what I need to ask myself right now. In here, I've been looking at it the whole time, but I haven't had it up. Where are the doors on a sky crane, and what do they look like? Are they around the back? No, I mean, you're kind of right though, Kiji. Like you say, sometimes you define the style, sometimes the style defines you. It is actually true. Because, like, you can just kind of end up with an art style and end up a bit, like, stuck in it. If you don't, like, make choices to try and get where you're going. So I would say it actually does make sense. I'm trying to understand these doors. So it's kind of like that. That's a crazy shape. It's also very small, I think. Yeah. Interesting. Let's try something here. They look pretty much similar to what you were already doing. I don't know, I wouldn't say so. This is like part of the window and stuff. Mine was like way down here and like totally separate. So I'm gonna do it as part of the window. Civilian doors are like mine. Okay, well this is a military vehicle, so I should probably go with a military style. I'm locking in. Bubble windows would be great. Yeah, yeah. I'm encountering some. So you were talking about scale earlier. That is like slightly a challenge with this because one thing I'm kind of dealing with is like same entry on both civilian and military. Window access available on both. Okay, okay. But yeah, like one thing I'm kind of dealing with is the fact that this helicopter is much larger than a regular sky crane. To make the scale feel correct, it needs to scale correctly with like the size that people are, you know? So, that's just something to take into consideration while I'm doing the design and modeling here. I just wanted to feel about how I was going to put this fuel probe on, and I wanted to make it feel like the ones where they have it on like the Rafale or whatever, where they kind of blend the probe into the fuselage like that. Such a blobby fella, this guy. I need to get some reference images up of actual fuel probes. An underbody entry where pilots climb up. Oh yeah, like the Vulcan, yeah. Yeah. Fuel probe aircraft. It's not giving me what I wanted here. What do you call that thing? The thing that comes out? I thought it was a probe. It is peak music. I love Fast and the Light so much. Brilliant game. I know a helicopter is a fuel probe. The was it the Super Stallion? Yes. Yes. And that is good reference material. Let's load this image into the here. Something like the Mi-26, the pilot looks tiny. Okay, wait, I might have to look at that. The Super Stallion kind of makes the pilot look tiny as well, actually. Honestly, the probe conforms to the body less than I thought it would, but I kind of like that vibe, so I'm just going to go with it anyway. How have we been? Yeah, we're doing good. How are you doing? What did you say? Was it Mi-26? Ah, yes. This one is huge. Yeah, and the windows are kind of small on it, like, relatively speaking, so... I should take some cues from that, I think. Who's this? Just some random people. I guess they used it for moving, like... I thought it was like military only, but... I guess not. Yeah, so I think the size of the windows being really quite small on this relative to the size of the helicopter is going to be an important part of what makes this work as a design. Oh, I've got something in my eye. My tablet that I have the stream chat on is running out of battery, so I'm gonna have to come up with an alternative solution very soon, I think. The cockpit doesn't scale with the size of the aircraft. Exactly, that's what I'm saying though. Like the windows need to be small because that will stay the same size on like any aircraft, no matter what. So the windows need to remain small, and human-sized. And same with like the doors and stuff. I give it a bit of forehead here. This helicopter would be so big you could justify giving a bridge like a warship. That'd be cool. I should probably check fuel probe sizes as well. That fuel probe might be like way too large. Once you bring mechs into the equation, the scale question gets so difficult for just everything involved. I think I have seen that image you're talking about. Yeah, Mongoose. I know the exact one. I can see it in my mind when you mention it. It's a very cool picture. You just woke up. What's happening? Helicopter. Helicopter is happening. Whether you like it or not. We've been talking about art style and how sometimes you can kind of end up with an art style like unwittingly. And we've been just trying to figure out like how to model this thing. Choppers tend to have longer... okay. That makes a lot of sense. Helicopter. Okay, I'm just kind of prototyping the window shape out a little bit here. It does feel kind of Soviet. It's so like bulbous. Wait, what cutscene did I miss? Why is... Bipedal tanks are the peak of mech design, you say? I completely agree. They become even more peak when you dangle them from a helicopter. I think this helicopter looks a little bit too friendly though, right? What if I made it like, you know, like dark and brooding?
Darth Vader-y.
Okay, still looks very friendly, even in the color black, or like a middle gray. I think it's this big nose I gave it, this big rounded nose. It's just it's a happy, friendly shape. It's got no pointiness to it. I wonder if I could give it the U-Hawk treatment and just kind of bring it down to a point a little bit. Okay, this already looks a lot less friendly. It does look kind of cute. Yeah, I mean, we could have the cute helicopter, you know? And that could be the fun of the game. Or we could make it a bit more aggressive, a bit more militaristic, and it's kind of just the way it comes off.
You want to know a fun bug?
Yeah.
When you reloaded the pylon rocket pod, it would not spawn the missiles back in.
Okay, that
Now it
change,
does.
that slight change to the front profile, he's gone from like, you know, your best pal to your worst enemy. You can notice here, I am slowly turning it into a square. I am slowly fulfilling the prophecy of my art style, as it becomes squarer and squarer by the moment. Give the windows more of a downward tilt? Yeah, potentially. But let's make the windows a bit more square though, because they're pretty rounded right now. It just feels a bit too goofy and weird, like, it doesn't really feel cool. It just looks amateur, like I'm not really too crazy about this right now. I can do better. Oh, thanks for swapping by Tech, Bren. Your interesting information about aircraft has been very good for this stream, sort of resistance, you know. Happy and chill guy to F to evil and messed up guy, yeah. I think it's a glow down though, honestly. I think I preferred it before. Although I have lost the undo history now, so. Actually, scaling it like that kind of does just work. Totally losing the plot here. Right, let's check in with the reference for a second and just figure out what's going on. Have I played or seen Brigador? No, I have neither. What is it, or what's it like? Yep, it's Asimov. You can see the song listed on the stream, I believe. There's something I'm fundamentally not understanding about the way that the front of helicopters should be shaped here, and and it's put me to the test. Let's have a little... We'll go back to the drawing board, I think. So their shape is like... Give me the pen. Ooh. Pretty cool mech game that went under the radar. Interesting. Wait, let me look it up quickly. See what it's like. Have you dropped the idea of angled rotors, by the way? I wouldn't say I dropped it. It's just that it's like angled rotors with like very limited rotation. Oh, it's an isometric thing. You know, I think I actually maybe saw this game once, but I was turned off it because it's isometric. But maybe it's just good and I just like missed out on something cool. Or like, I guess I just, when I see a mech game, I want to be in the cockpit. That's kind of like my thing. So, when I saw it wasn't, when I saw it wasn't like cockpit, I was like, well, I could, you know, probably skip this one. But it's probably a great game, to be fair. It's just like my personal preferences of like, I must be inside the mech. The mech's cool. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. The art's nice as well. Right now, I've got one thing to worry about, one thing only, and it's this. Getting this together. So I'm just kind of looking at the way that they have this shape here on the front of the shapes. Like, it's honestly very complicated shapes to me, personally. Other artists may think it's simple, but... yeah. Go a screenshot here and then quickly get back into the modeling. I think I see what needs to be done. I think it needs to be made a little bit like, so shrink it down a little bit on that axis. Yeah, that helped already. Bring that back in up there. Bring this nose into a more like shape like this. That's kind of the shape I think I want, rather than what I was getting before. Designing helicopters is more convenient in CAD. Honestly, probably true. but the time that it would take me to learn CAD again, because like I knew it in the past, but I don't really know it now. Like going through that whole process would make it less convenient, just because I have to do it. And I think well, I know that I can do a good helicopter in Blender. I just have to take the time to think about it a little bit. Get the old noggin working a little bit.
Alright, lunchtime for me.
Lunchtime for you, okie dokie. The Hulk yearns for the cockpit. Now I think I've taken away a bit too much of the definition. This is becoming a struggle session. Maybe I should move on to some of the other parts of the helicopter and then come back to this cockpit later. Although I'm not going to be happy making the rest of it with this on the front, I'll tell you that much. Oh, I have to realize now. I'm losing the plot here. When you look at something for too long, you just kind of get lost in it. And I think I started out stronger, much stronger than wherever the hell I've ended up now. It's kind of when I do things on stream, I like to do things that I know really well, and like this is why, because I'm very I'm like, oh no, I'm gonna end up doing another stream where I'm just like confused, trying to figure it out, trying to come up with ideas. Do I have to get it rounded? I mean, I don't have to, but it's like, that is the design that I want. What's this going to be for in-game? It's going to be for when you're at the start of matches. It's going to deliver your mech into the match. And also, it's going to be for dropping off respawning mechs. Like, when you respawn in a match, matches that have a respawn system in them, you're going to get dropped off by this. And also, it will be delivering AI into the PvE mission. So when you're in PvE missions, the enemies are going to get dropped off by helicopter. I'm glad you like the idea. Yeah, we're just feeling around the design right now. I'm just trying to simplify it to find my way back to somewhere that makes sense with it, because aircraft design is kind of hard for me. I think some artists have an easier time at it, but this is outside of my wheelhouse of making things that are really square. That's my expertise. You need something square? Call me up. You need an aircraft? You know, give it a skip that time. But I'm learning, so it'll be okay. Your theory for mech fiction is that people want to express transhumanism. Interesting. A lot of modern fiction is fairly transhumanist, like cyberpunk and stuff, so I can kind of see the logic. I think it's kind of... I couldn't tell you why I like mech games. At least. I just do. Have I tried making a flying Jubak? Oh, I mean, we've made Jubaks fly, so... I should have saved a copy of the first version of this that had the ball nose at the front. That was probably the best version, and now I'm kind of here. There's so many Sleeper Agent songs in the stream playlist. There's like War Thunder PTSD, there's like Fast and Light flashbacks. Like really, we have everything. Now, do you want to say no rematches right now? Just because I need to get this work done. But we can do it like next stream or like later on. Well, we need to get this helicopter moving. Hmm. Look at the H225M. Okay. I think all the rest of this is going to be fairly easy to figure out, but like this part is just so difficult. I'm definitely getting lost in the sauce, as they say. That's a good reference, so thank you, Benjamin. Yeah. Yeah. It's a cool helicopter. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. Yeah. You know, we get the scoopy bit out of the way at the front, and then we just do some square work, and that's where I come into my own. See, with some squares, I make it work. I've just saved that previous one into a different file there, or into a different folder there, and I'm just gonna try quickly just remodeling this. If you think it's giving Sea King vibes, I thought it was giving wasn't really sure what it was giving vibes wise. My tablet is actually charging now though, so I'm not losing chat anymore, which I'm glad about. Because I wasn't sure how I was gonna check it if I lost that. So this is the way, okay. This is the way I would often deal with things. So I would just start like cutting n-gons like this, you know? And I would just like find my way to shapes. Probably not that shape. But that's kind of like my regular method, but I want to do more modeling because that gives you more authentic helicopter shapes or like airplane shapes, I guess you could say. But it's been so long that I'm like weirdly out of the loop with actually modeling that much stuff. Not like there's a loop to be in, but more in the sense of it's just my habits are not there, my habits are elsewhere because they work for the other things that I do, but they don't work for this particular thing. And neither does whatever's happening with my geometry here. What is going on? What? I made like some giant faces by accident. Yeah, there we go. You might model a nose front end tonight and see what you got. It's hard. Like, it's really hard just to invent them. Especially in isolation, to be honest. Like, inventing a nose without the rest of the aircraft is kind of hard too. But luckily, that's not what I'm doing. Guys, if this turns out really bad, we're just gonna pretend it never happened, okay? And it's not looking too promising, but we'll write it out, we'll see where we go. Looks like something from the Planes movie. Okay, okay. Didn't have to hurt my feelings. No, I will probably not go along with this, but we'll see. We'll see where it goes. How do you mirror without using mirror modifier? I have a tool. I don't even know which one it is. I think it's machine tools. Yeah, it's machine tools or mesh machine or something made by machine that you can use to mirror like live and edit mode. It's pretty useful when you're hacking stuff around like this. Honestly, I actually kind of like this more than what I did before. Like, I know it looks a bit weird, but like, in terms of shapes, it's a bit more like, looks more interesting. Yeah, I think so too. It may not be the one, but like, it's a step along the way, you know what I'm saying? That feels like something you would see if you went front on with an aircraft, at least nearly. This needs to be like ballooned out a little bit on the side here, give it that smooth shape. Yes, there we go. Okay, what are we saying about this rough shape, people? Because this feels way more like something that we want. People saying it looks interesting, looks fine. Okay, okay, cool, 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 cool. That's more like it, because the other one was just such a blob. Such a blob. Let's tidy up a bit of this topology a little bit, smooth over some of the planes. But I want to be smooth. This shape's kind of interesting. It's actually kind of badly modeled, like this plane isn't flat, but the shape is, I like this, like, chung chung chung. Ah, War Thunder! So, like, I think I can cut this into, like, 3 definitive shapes, like this top of the head part up here, some, like, cheeks here, and then this, like, nose area here, and then I guess this, like, front of the nose here. Helicopters tend to be smooth, they do, but look at this one. Isn't that kind of nice? The Bin Laden assassination helicopter, or supposedly the Bin Laden assassination helicopter, has this, like, lovely pointy cut front end, and I like it a lot. I'm a fan, but to ask, has the idea of putting the mech horizontally been killed? No, I wouldn't say it's been killed. It's just we're working on the front end of the plane right now. Or helicopter, rather. I'm going to quickly switch around the audio here. Quick little audio switch up, nothing too serious. There you go, get the music back on.
It's your boy Ho. Nah, I mean, shit.
I really hope this.
Yeah. I'm addicted to buying unbelievably expensive custom helicopters. Yeah. In the brief moment of lucidity, I went to the helicopter dealership and I told them, do not under any circumstances sell me more helicopters. I was back there half an hour later wearing a fake mustache and I said, hello gentlemen, I'm crazy. I man you've never met before. Give me 10,000 helicopters covered all in diamonds.
Oh, right. Don't know what that was all about. Strange track in the mix there. I think it's a bit too animalistic, this one. It doesn't look enough like a helicopter, it looks more like a duck or something. I branded it a little bit too much again? Yeah. You think so? Probably. You think the nose is a bit too flat? Yeah. It's kind of, it's aggressively flat. I don't like it. This went from like there's something here to Mickey, Ducky, whatever, like Donald Duck in like under a minute. Like whack whack. Don't know what Donald Duck even sounds like or anything, but that is a situation that has been evoked. The chipmunk helicopter. It does just look like a duck, mind you. That is the what I'm contesting with here. And it's gonna look even more like a duck when it has a windscreen here with windows. Oh god. Okay, hold on, focus. We can bring this back. We can fix this. I think it's the forehead, yeah. Yeah. Could be, could be. I think you're right, the forehead was smaller before. It got bigger. Let's move that one like that and like this, and then move this like here. It still has such insane dark vibes. It's kind of funny. I have like the devil and the angel on one shoulder, although I don't know which one's which. I've got Rinvo like, you must make it steeper and sharper, and then I've been like, I think it needs to be smoother. It looks kind of decent on the overall thing though, and I think when I smooth out the rest of it, it's going to match the style fairly well. So I'm probably just going to start on smoothing out the rest of the aircraft. Like, probably start around the wings, I guess. Should be easy enough. Yeah, go in there. This really goes a whole lot. Thank you very much. I'm doing my best, boss. I'm doing my best. You get me doing a mech, I'm in the comfort zone. Everything's just fine, you know? Everything's easy, everything's square, everything's where it's meant to be. I know how to set up the balance for a mech. Like, I know all the mech stuff, right? I'm not the greatest mech creator in the world, but I know a mech. When I get going on a mech, I know how to do a mech. Helicopters, oof, new territory. It's exciting, I'm enjoying it. It was fairly nice time. Thank you very much. I'm going to make Ethan program this thing to be flyable to make all of my my time creating it worthwhile. Well, I'm probably not going to do that. I don't think I could get him to go along with it. Back in the infantry days of EOD, when EOD had infantry in it, there were flyable helicopters, but they couldn't land, I think, was what was interesting about them. We hadn't yet programmed in landing, they were just kind of cool at like flying around. And by we I mean Ethan, I'd never programmed a thing. But they were like funny for the flying around bit. Without being able to actually touch down. How do they usually attach these wing end segments on these landing things? Oh, like that. Okay, so they really are just like a structural beam on these ones. They're not like a wing at all. Interesting. So I could kind of have like the so I could have, right, hear me out. I can have the wing like on top, okay? The wing can be chilling on top, and then underneath I just plug in like a more structural, like rough kind of section. And that underneath structural section is for like I guess you could say it's for like your like landing gear and stuff. So you have the wing on top and then almost like laminated onto the bottom is like the structural bit, right? That could work. It wouldn't have like good aerodynamics, but I think that's sort of fine and kind of matches the plane's vibe. Like, even when I've been doing the modeling up here, you see I have like two material colors. And the idea is that like the chunky parts that aren't like aerodynamic are going to have one material. And then the smooth duckbill of the rest of it has a different material. So I think I could probably do that there and it would work, hopefully. Yeah. Oh, and of course I need the considerations for how on the end it's going to be the large mounted sections for the engines to go on. Helicopters are harder than planes, you think? Honestly, maybe? I don't know. Honestly, to me, it's all hard because I'm beginner, but like... yeah, honestly. No opinion on that one. I do not know which one's harder. I think some parts about planes are really difficult. But I think the helicopters also have the difficult parts about planes and have some of the other stuff too. Damn, it's fun though, like making aircraft like this. It's getting to do something a bit different. I'm enjoying myself. Okay, now if I want the wingtip thing, let's check out the V-22. So the V-22 has like a big blob at the end of the wing. And I will need my own big blob, I suspect. The Chinook with wings would be a good reference. That was a thing. Let me look that up. Ah. Huh. Huh. They really did that. And they rotate 90 degrees. Wow. Okay, interesting. I think the V-22 is slightly better reference, but the Chinook with wings really is quite something. I'll put it on the board. What about the Valor? Let me check that out. Yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty interesting looking thing. It's got a very unique nose. Like, it's very swooshy at the front. Look at this. Hmm. The rotors move, not the whole engine. Oh yeah, wow, I see that. Huh. I guess that makes a lot of sense for maximizing air intake. The V-split tail on it is kind of crazy. You wouldn't expect it for something like that. It insanely has the vibe of something that's going to get cancelled after having like $10 billion spent on it. They're tilt wing helicopters. You think the Valor will be cancelled? Yeah. They just like 99% of them, like of U.S. military development programs, get cancelled, so it wouldn't be anything too shocking. True. I think everyone agrees that being robbed of the Comanche, being put into actual production, was the biggest letdown ever. The F-35 prototype. I don't think I've actually seen it. Let me look it up. Oh, I don't know about awesome with the big scoop at the front. I think it looks kind of silly. Look at it on the left there. It looks Looks very happy. He's got a big smile on his face. I think the actual F-35 that they built looks way cooler. The Comanche is awesome. There is no cooler looking helicopter as far as I'm concerned. The fold out weapon bays and everything, like, come on, it's the best. Oh, the F-32 you say? Okay, wait, hold on. Wait, is it this? Or is that something else? Is it these guys? They may be a bit bigger on the stream, hang on. There we go. Well, I don't know what I'm looking for, to be honest. X-35. Okay, X-35. Ah. This one. Must be. This guy here? Has to be. I mean, this is the X-35, according to Google. Happy to be around. Yes. I think it does look kind of cooler than the F-35 that they came out with. It needs that underwing heft. I think that's going to be a big part of this. Since this wing kind of feels like it's not necessarily for flight nearly as much as it's for just supporting the cargo lifting in a semi-aerodynamic way, I'm going to make it really fat. It's going to be a huge wing. And that also just looked the best when I was conceptualizing it. This shape is honestly like kind of an accident, but like kind of cool at the same time. So I sort of want to just, you know, keep it basically. Some sort of Bob Rossian 3D modeling technique there. Oh, I've been, hang on. My little guy on the stream's gone. There we go. Now he's back. Oh, one Shabak added to the stream. Hold on, hold on. And there we go. Another one. Another hand touches the orb. We're on the actually get some work done phase of the stream now, I think. What? The wing palace. Yeah, I'll post the what I do when I'm done on the Discord today. Like the stream will continue, but if you're heading out now, I'll post the finished thing in the Discord, and I guess I can send it to you as well. I need to consider what the like launching point here will look like as well. Video done in minute 40 of a sorted Straff tat. Oh my god. Shocking amount of gaming on display on today's stream. This is going to be an interesting mesh to clean up. When I get destructive with it, I really mean like the meshes get really messed up. I mention this fairly often on stream, but is there anything in particular you guys who are watching would like to see about the development of EOD? In one video, you mentioned an artist helping with animations, part of the team. Oh, sort of. I mean, in that video is made by Ethan, the programmer, who's not here right now. He's walking his dog. But the artist he's talking about is me, because basically he showed me his animations. I gave him some feedback. Even though I'm not really an animator, I know what looks good in a mech walk. As long as I'm not the one making it anyway. So I gave him some feedback, and then he went away and changed it. And it was... he did very good work, honestly. I barely gave him any feedback. He just made it good. You're still waiting on the mapathon? Yeah. So you know the bit of the stream where I was like, oh, I don't know how to solve this part, and then I was kind of like fumbling around for like the best part of 45 minutes figuring the part out. The problem with the mapathon is it would be 100% like that. So what I want to do with the mapathon is I want to get the map tools kind of really ready first, and then when the map tools for map dev are like really good, then I want to do the mapathon, and I can actually get it done in a week. Because right now, running a mapathon would just be like really bad. It wouldn't be good to watch, it wouldn't be good to present, it wouldn't be a good experience for all involved parties. The only shining star, probably, of a mapathon, if I did it without these tools, would be the amount of Straftat games that would end up put in through, because of how long it would take. We'd just squeeze in that many Straftat games. But yeah, no, I mean, the mapathon, we're just not, but we're not ready for it yet. I mean, I'm not ready for it yet. I just haven't got the tools ready to run a mapathon yet. But when I get them ready, I do want to do it. I think it'd be a crazy event. Perhaps more for me than for the viewer. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just cleaning up this very like rough and ready part of the mesh that I booleaned together. There is a bot in the Twitch chat. White ban. Let's see. Mod actions. Oh, never mind. Thank you for banning them. I couldn't figure that one out myself. I didn't know you were still here. You beat me to it very fast. I was scrambling for the button and they were already gone. It's actually crazy how many bots Twitch has. And like bad bots, I mean, like naughty bots that are just trying to like spam stuff or whatever. Ever heard of Zone of the Enders? It's a mech game by Kojima. Yes, and I tried to play it, but I didn't like the combat that much. But the visuals of it are brilliant. I really like the mech designs, and the music in particular in Zone of the Enders is like, oh, so good. It's so good. Yeah, no, I think it's a very cool game that you can, or you could learn a lot from it. Actually, I've already had on my reference sheet like several times before in the past. In particular, the paneling, like the way they have all the panels on the mechs is so nice. Oh, but the story is gorgeous. Is the story bad? I didn't get that far with the story, so I don't know what happens. But the gameplay turned me off because it was just too, like, it just didn't excite me. It's a Shuyo Murata Koji Pro game and not a Kojima game, you're saying? We're saying false accusations of Koji Edge have been thrown around here. And it's a Shuji, oh god, what was his name? Shuyo Murata situation instead. So I do want this part to be like very square. I know that's like we're trying not to be like too square here and not too much of the huge, but I want this part to be square because on all the heavy lifter helicopters, I think this part is basically a giant steel girder, right? Like if you look at that one, well, not so much that one, but like if you look at this one here, it's basically just a girder. And I can really get behind that. A rounded square. Yeah, it's a square, but just a little bit less square. But it really is a girder. The Koji bit attracts more attention. Fair enough. Video games. So I'm going to clean this up a little bit. And I'm going to bring out its girder nature here. So if I can pull that back a little bit there. It's a bit nicer like that. Tidy up this topological situation. The girderiness is coming through here. I'm liking the girderiness of it. Have I heard of Steelfront? Yes, I actually have heard of Steelfront. I've spoken to actually the creator of the Steelfront mod for Ravenfield as well. They're pretty cool. I won't give away. Well, I mean, they are going to be the creator of Steelfront. The mod is going to be one of the pilot voice actors in EOD. I've spoken to them briefly. They submitted an audition, did a very good job. So that's one way I know them. But I'd seen their project before just because I really like the mechs. And I love like mech combined arms stuff. So, yeah. What am I doing here? We haven't started like voice work production yet with any of the pilots. We're just doing the we're starting off with the operator, who's your like, you know, your he's giving you the information that you need. We're gonna start with him learning how to work better with like voice, or like how to work at all with like people who are doing voice work. But it's been going really well so far, and I think it'll be a little while till you see anything on socials or in the game, but adding voices to the game is going to change the situation quite a lot. I think it's going to be nice. One of the big things we're focusing on with PPT4, when that comes out, is context, I guess you could say. So, like, what we really want to do is give you the feeling that you are, like, you are the mech mercenary, you know? You're not just playing a game of Vengeance of Destruction. Well, I mean, you are. Like, that's not get overly ambitious, but you feel like you're doing something as a character, not necessarily in a role-playing game sense, but the idea is that there is a logic behind it, you know, like there's a reason for all this, you know, there's a reason why these battles are happening, and there's a context that you're in. What do you mean, expert, between connecting? What do you mean by connecting the puzzle pieces together? You are the engines. You are the of destruction. The freelance voice actor role guy who recently got on the Discord. Yeah, he's the operator. He started recording his lines, and honestly, it's very cool hearing people read out the dialogue. It somehow adds like having a good voice actor attached to something, like it adds just such a level of like legitimacy to it, if you know what I mean. Like when you can hear someone like who has like a cool voice and can do a good performance, like speaking the line that you wrote, it's like, oh wait, that actually works. Yeah. Did you wait? What did you hear from his voice? See, like I don't know what he has like linked to his profile or whatever, but I guess maybe that's what you saw. Because I've seen like obviously seen what he's done so far, like the audio recordings he's done so far, and then I've also seen his audition for EOD, but you wouldn't have seen his audition unless he made it public. But I don't think he did that. I mean, he might have, but I don't think he did. There's nothing wrong with it if he did, for the record. Like, anyone could do whatever they want with their audition audio, but I recall it being some kind of private link. Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, I remember seeing that, actually. He had an issue with the game. It was crashing on launch, which is actually genuinely brand new. I don't think we've ever had that one before, so we need to get that fixed. Yeah, that's a good reminder. Thank you. Playtest moment, yeah. It's weird though, right? Like, I don't know how to fix that one. I'm sure Ethan has ways. Like, I'm not a fixer, but I don't know how you would bug test something that's literally just like the game crashes when you launch it, and we've never had that one before. Are they a chill operator, or are they a more serious one in the voice lines? I'd say they're fairly serious. They're not like shouting all the time, but I wouldn't say they're like a laid back like surfer dude or something like that either. It's like there's a level of urgency to it all. The helicopter's coming along nicely, you say? Oh, thank you very much. I'm actually pretty happy with the way it's going here. Definitely an improvement from where we started, I think. If the world goes electric, would the word engine be a suitable descriptor? Motor just doesn't have the same oomph. Motors of destruction. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really fit, right? I think that you can call anything an engine, you know, like... It's kind of a general term. I mean, I know it isn't, like, I know it specifically refers to, like, certain things. But I think in a metaphorical sense, anything can be an engine, right? You can have, like, a political engine or a social engine or whatever you want. It's just something that, like, makes power, I guess. Or change, like, creates movement. And I think the name of VOD is definitely in a more metaphorical sense. Like, I've heard some people call the mechs in EOD, engines, but we never really like thought about it like that. Like, we never thought... I can understand like why you would call the mechs in a game called Engines of Destruction. I see why you would call them engines, but the name is more like it's more theatrical. It's more like a metaphorical thing than it is like a literal reference to anything in the world or anything like that. It's just to paint a pretty picture in your mind when you hear the name of the game, you know what I mean? Motors of Destruction sounds more like cars or something similar to Crosshair, yeah. Or like motorbikes, I think someone said on Kiji said on Twitch. Also, your comment is funny, Renver. Diesel mechs are necessary. Well, like, I 100% agree. But I think it's important that like we have our thing and we make our thing what it is. Does that make sense? Like, everything in EOD is powered off reactors because that's the lore, that's what it is, and we make the thing exactly what it is, very precisely. Now, if I wanted to make a game like here, so this is what people suggest also, like a lot of times people suggest adding multi-crewed mechs, okay? Now, I actually think multi-crewed mechs, badass. That's awesome. Alright, that is awesome. But here's the thing. In the setting of EOD, a multi-crewed mech would be like kinda mid. Like in terms of like usability. And like a multi-crewed mech in the setting of EOD would be like as a lore thing, it would be like less in line with the lore. And as a gameplay thing, imagine people are running like, because we're not going to, say we added a multi-crew mech, we're not going to delete every single mech that is only a single crew. But if people are using a mech that is multi-crew, they're going to be inherently like disadvantaged, almost certainly inherently disadvantaged by being in a multi-crew mech, right? So we're like, it's cool, but it's not what we're doing, and we want to really do what we're doing more than like anything else. We want to like laser focus on that. And I was thinking about it, like, so if I did want to make a multi-crew mech game, I would make a game where the mechs behave even more like tanks, and it would be set in like a more like a less technologically advanced mech. So I would probably make them like Cold War themed, like looking like a T-60, you know, like that American tank. Like I'd be taking like motifs from like tanks of that era, like because these ideas excite me a lot. But it's like we have to filter exactly which ideas should go into EOD. Because I'd love to make a game which is like diesel powered, like smoking, like big black clouds, tanks, like and give them like cast iron hulls and stuff, and like really. So basically, my thoughts are: if you're doing it, like really do that thing, like really focus on that thing. Let you crab walk with your mechs, yeah. Well, you know, if you're in like a Cold War mech, maybe you could crab walk. But yeah. So like, tangent aside, I love every kind of mech and mecha and everything. But I feel like they become the coolest mechs become the coolest if you like really focus in on like a certain vibe, you know? Like yeah, like Gunner, if that idea would be like Gunner Heat PC but like a mech. Diesel punk mech, yeah. The 64 legged mechs, 128 legged mechs, 256. Is it 256? 258? 258 legged mech. I don't know. Anyway, I'm going on a complete tangent here, but the point is, whatever you want to do with your game ideas, zoom in on that, like big style. You want to move side to side with your mechs? Yeah, I mean, we could, but like, we actually really like the way that they move right now for gameplay reasons, because maneuvering behind a mech gives you an enormous advantage, and maneuvering behind a mech, if you could walk side by side, like if you could crab walk with your mech, there would be a lot less of that maneuvering combat that we actually enjoy. That will be emphasized more when brawlers become more of a thing in the game. But no, I think that the way it works right now with the stick and the throttle is kind of... it's by design. I'm actually feeling it like in my throat a little bit after I've been yapping like all day on this stream, especially after that last odd tangent. You can crab walk. Yeah, you can like go sideways. If you just rotate your body, like you can navigate in every way, and it's kind of hit or miss. Like some people do not appreciate the movement that we have, and I can understand that. Not every game is for everyone. But I think when you get control of like the throttle and the body and you're like moving it and you kind of have an idea of like how that works well, I think it's pretty satisfying. I think it's fairly enjoyable. I think there's some like, I guess, how would I put it so? Nah, well, that tangent's different. I'll go on that one a different time. Yeah, see, no, but I'm glad you like it, because that is exactly like what we want people to feel. You know, they get that initial bit where they're like, huh, this isn't like what I thought it would be like, you know? Because we get a lot of people coming on to EOD who were kind of coming from like Titanfall, you know? They were like a big Titanfall fan, or like maybe they were like a fan of something else comparable to Titanfall. And we get them coming on to EOD, and then they're kind of like, huh, confused, and then when they realize they like it, yes, that makes you so pleased. But yeah, no, I mean, people who expect like FPS, I think people inherently expect FPS movement because it's what we're kind of conditioned to know. But like when you get that tank movement, it's something different. And I think also like when you, how would I put this? Like when you have a gaming, like a lot of gaming experiences have like a touching point, like some kind of, like they have the gaming experiences have like something you can like touch base with that's like familiar, you know, like oh, I've played this in a game before, or I've experienced this in like real life, or like something that like you touch base with, and it makes it feel like something you you get onto that thing that it's like you have that point of reference to a game, and the game doesn't feel as like immersive. And then sometimes when you play a game and it doesn't have like a point of reference to like other games you played before, it can feel so different and like novel. Like if you ever played Resident Evil 7, that game has a really tight FOV. Like it's like oppressively tight. It's first person. The FOV is so tight in RE7, and you know, you compare that to like most FPS games, compare that to like the other Resident Evil games, it's so different in RE7 that you don't get that like comfort factor of like, I'm playing a game right now. You're being like, you're kind of being forced to immerse yourself more and enjoy it more because it's so different to what you know. Now, I'm not saying EOD does it as well as RE7, but it is certainly an idea that I aspire to try. Because I love when you have a game that doesn't feel as much like you're playing a game, and it feels like really different. Brustul, hello. I need to convert this like random shape into something that actually works with like air intakes and stuff. You don't like the low FOV, it makes you motion sick, makes your head hurt. Yeah, honestly, that's reasonable. I think that making the FOV insanely low is not the most interesting way to make a game novel. I think control schemes usually are that. But Resident Evil is just something that I remember because it did achieve, like Resident Evil 7, achieved that very unusual, interesting feeling with the extremely low FOV. Subnautica is the latest game that did that for you. Yeah, because the movement, right? It's the movement. And if you have a movement system that is unusual, like, you're just way more likely to have a game that is, like, that will take you by surprise. Like, that random shape, there's two jet engines that turn the props right. They're intakes, yeah, like air intakes. But, like, Death Stranding did it really well, I think, with the walking, having like balance, and you know, you can fold over and drop all your stuff. That was cool. Yeah, just games that bring unique movement to the table often leave a memorable experience in one way or another, or like at least when you're onboarding into it. You need a big FOV because you need to see. Fair enough, yeah. I mean, I run very big FOVs, so I actually didn't like it that much about RE7. But it did make it feel interesting and different, and, you know, I can't complain too much. I'm just contemplating how to glue these parts together. That was not the way. I don't know why I did that. I literally just glued them together without any kind of like shape work at all. It was like, oh, stick it on, that'll be alright. When you design concepts in the way that I usually do, by like just jamming shapes together, the results can be like kind of nice, like first off, and then it can get really hard. So when you have to actually get down to the meat and potatoes of it and figure out exactly how you're gonna actually attach the shapes together, you know? Because when you're concepting, you can just clip them together and no harm, no foul. But when you get to the stage where you're actually making it into a model, and it's going to be used for something, you have to come up with an actual way to blend these shapes together, and that can get a little difficult, but it's usually not, well, sometimes it can be bad. In this case, it's actually been pretty forgiving. There's an item that increases sprint speed based on FOV. That's kind of hilarious. For the right game, that's like such a nice little meta like nod. You can't model like that. You can't attach them later on. Ah, yeah. I think it's just like you're making a deal. You know, you're going. I will have this early, easy concepting phase where I will have fun and just throw stuff around. And in return, I will end up paying the price later by having to attach all the models together. And it's worth it, I think. It can be a little difficult to solve these joints, though. Does that look good like that, or does it look better swooping in? It's quite good like that, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with that. Just sculpting tool. The real power move, just use booleans. Everything, booleans. Watch this. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna boolean them together. And then I'm gonna clean it up. And no one's gonna stop me. You can't really see this thing in the same art style as the Mechs, yeah. It'll probably look a little bit different because I'll want to draw a distinction to make it look lighter, you know? Like it is lighter, right? It's not as heavy as the Mechs. The Mechs, I've tried to make their textures and materials look really heavy. But the texturing, I mean, I'm going to be the one doing it, right? So it's not going to be that different. And the details and stuff, you know, it'll all be somewhat reminiscent. Oh no, the boolean went badly. Look at that. Oh no. Cleanup just got worse. Oh, that's fine. So you do a bit of 3D yourself, do you know? You know, stripes? Yeah, probably some stripes. It's kind of a classic hard surface shape, you know, stick some stripes on something. Oh yeah, I'll use like a bunch of stripes and numbers and decals, and then I'll probably have this place where your favorite mech, the C2. Why is the C2 your favorite mech? It's not even out yet. I don't even remember which one it is, to be honest. Might be a good idea to add large prominent engines. Absolutely, check them out here on the end of the wings. Huge things. Like in the style of the V22. Make it look like it could lift the heavier mechs? Yeah. Big old engines for that. We'll just drop in a TVR real quick. And we can see how that looks. C3 with 12 R4s. Okay, you're not going to get that many pylons, unless you just mean like stacking up like 1, 2, 3, 4. Stacking up 3 R4s, which, you know, it's not outside the realm of possibility. There we go, here's the TBR. Still looks pretty liftable to me, to be honest. Maybe the helicopter could do it being like a smidgen bigger, but you know, I feel like that could get lifted. You know, like that seems believable. If I want it to look more believable, I can hang it lower and it will get it'll have like a better sense of it. That seems fine to me. Probably. In real life, you know, maybe not, but like in you know, in the world of EOD, I think it's fine. Zabillion years. Ah, bloody lost the chat on there. Damn it. Well, it's back now. I need to get... If any of you are particularly wired into streams and stuff like that, what I really need is a way of having the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat sitting next to each other on the tablet I have on my desk. Because that would be the easiest way to do that. Because then it doesn't take up any space on my monitors, and I can just like look over it and be like blah 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 blah. But I went on Google briefly before this stream and I couldn't find anything. So if any of you are wired in and you know something for that, please let me know, because I need it so bad. But yeah, honestly, looks liftable to me. It's definitely unrealistic considering the mechs are like 80 tons, but we're here to believe in dreams. And I could just, you know, just make the helicopter bigger. Use the stretcher on it. This Amazon Prime delivery. Future of your favorite C2 mech. It would be funny to do that. I mean, we kind of like almost basically did that already with the PPT, I think, didn't even like... That wasn't even meant to be the name. Like, it didn't actually have a name, but it just became the PPT-1. And it's just one of the guns. Open YouTube and Twitch at once, split screen. Okay, I don't know how to go split screen on an iPad. I couldn't figure that out. I'm using Firefox on an iPad, and I just couldn't get it to go. Can you go split screen? Is it possible? Have they advanced the technology? Okay, I'm gonna have a quick be right back because I need some water or I'm gonna lose my voice. I will return shortly. Oh, it's iOS. Yeah, well, I mean, like, it was an old purchase from many years ago and I'm just trying to get some use out of it. We all make mistakes, okay? Anyway, back soon. Alright, pie complete. Did it hit the corner while I was away? Do we have confirmation of corner spinner contact? Helicopter rotors tilt to the side on their axis, so you might need to add some extra clearance. Either scale them down or increase the distance between them, otherwise they'll crash into each other. They won't crash into each other because they're on a shaft in the middle, which I know right now they're mirrored, but like when they actually exist, they'll be on opposite rotations, so it'll be impossible for them to hit each other because they're on the shaft, which means that they rotate at the same time. Like the V-22, it's impossible to have them hit each other. Right, let's get back to the modeling. Back to the action. Hello, Dev Crispy. Enthusiastic hello. This music is like so intense for what I'm doing right now, which is pretty laid back. Should maybe make it a VTail would be cool. Honestly, yes and no, right? Yes and no. VTails to me, they're like, you know, it's the VTails are for the planes, right? The helicopters, you know, they deserve the big chunky tails. That's my take on it anyway. And it's my helicopter. I'm gonna do whatever I want. But no, I mean, like, jokes aside, I just think that details look amazing on like planes, but they look kind of questionable on aircraft like this. Arrows in. What are the plans for the helicopter? Well, the helicopter is going to be a pretty important part of EOD actually. So, like when you're on the loading screen, okay, when you're not the loading screen, but when you're on the mech selection screen, you're going to see your mech hanging under the plane, or under the helicopter rather, like this. So you'll pick your mechs and it'll be you'll choose them here. It'll be like the sky is the background, maybe a little bit of terrain. It'll be like flying along and you'll be picking and it'll show you which one you're picking here. Not right now, it's on a black background. When the match starts, you're going to get dropped off by the helicopter into the level. It will also be used for respawning and respawning game modes. You'll, instead of just appearing, you're going to get deployed by the helicopter. And in modes where you're fighting against AI, those AI are going to get dropped off by the helicopter as well. So it's actually going to be basically the way we put mechs into missions. There may be other ways in the future, but this is kind of like this is like our number one plan right now for how to do it. If the shaft breaks or gets out of sync in any way, well, I don't think it could get out of sync if it's a gear shaft. I mean, you'd be breaking gears at that point. It could cause a catastrophic malfunction, yeah, for sure, definitely. But in terms of like, are we worried about the helicopter being safe? Not so much. Are we worried about it being a plausible design? Yeah, it's a plausible design because this is the way that things are built in real life. Like an operational aircraft, the Osprey, the V-22, it uses a shaft that has the gears in the middle, and these two rotors are like, you know, they're turning about each other. So, you know, and it's also quite a dangerous aircraft. But being dangerous, not a problem because it's not real. No one's life's actually at stake. being design plausible, yeah, that's kind of important. I like your thinking though. I appreciate the contributions. I'm not just trying to argue with you. I'm just letting you know where the thought processes are at. The Osprey is such a cool looking aircraft. I want a bit of swoop here, you know, like I want this to feel like it's more integrated into the kind of beam of the center of this aircraft. So I'm just contemplating ways I could do that. Some of the options are, like, I could do this. Hang on, wait. Bear with me, I'm doing something here. Just bear with me. I think I figure what exactly that is. I want to go like, I want to bring a curve like that. I'm seeing a bit of a vision here. A vision. And do that. Give this back. Cut this like that. Oops. I'm so locked in right now. Trying to figure out this engine intake. Or this air intake. I think streamers who can talk and truly pay attention to what they're doing are quite impressive. Because that is not me. It's one or the other. Not both. Getting that, getting that, getting that. Hopefully we're getting there. This might not work out, this might not work out. That does happen sometimes. And we'll just do that. And that. Do I even like this shape? Well, you know, actually, look, I don't like it that much, but I actually think something can be done with that if I wiggle it around a bit. Let me see what I can do. Also, sorry, I completely lost the chat for a while there, so whatever. I've missed everything since Chunky Copter Best Copters. Let me read. Will you be able to shoot down the heli after you respawn? Or can the enemy shoot yours down? That is a game design issue we're solving right now. We don't know the answer for that yet, but we will come up with an answer. The atoms and the gears align perfectly. No clip through each other. The rotors decent, collide and explode. Honestly, stranger things have happened. Is it an Apache attack helicopter? No, this is just an original creation helicopter. Emotional support transport helicopter. What are those green 2 tips? What green 2 tips? I don't see the color green anywhere. Or is it on my reference image here? The green 2 tips, I do not know. I know you said air intake, but how do these work? You go forwards, and I think the air just gets pushed into them. If you want to lead into intermeshing rotor helicopter, look at the Kaman K-Max. Push that concept to the extreme. Okay, let me check it out. Kaman K-Max. Oh, that silly thing. It's just, look, it's actually cool, but like, it's just a mech with a giant forehead, you know, a mech. So it's just a helicopter with a giant forehead, you know what I mean? I don't know if I had this on my reference sheet because it was the inspiration actually for a lot of the original stuff. Let me show you something quickly, Fimo. Hold on. Let me just hide this for now. Pop that all in chassis 2. Well, that can go in scale. And then everything else can go in chassis 2. Here, this is chassis 1, which was very closely inspired by the K-Max. Not necessarily, well, it was also inspired by the like, you know, the, what do you call it, like the sky crane, right? But, you can see here, like, I was looking at the intermeshing here, and this is I was intermeshing here, but we've come a long way since this one, and the intermeshing rows do look cool. Yeah, they're insanely cool. You hid the 2 green tips. They were the air intake. That's how they work. Oh, I don't know what the green tips were. Hold on. Let's go back. Let's go back to where we were. Let's go back. Yeah, go on what we were doing. Green tips. Oh, right. Yeah, okay. I understand now where I was like, where is the color green? Found it. Right. The green tips, these boxes, let me see. They were just something I saw in a helicopter. I guess they're a filter for the air intakes, maybe. I've seen them on other helicopters too. I've seen them on various Russian helicopters. Pretty much always placed over the input of an air intake. I believe they are meshes to stop any kind of debris going in. They might not be, but that's certainly what they look like. I'm just guessing here. They have some kind of filters on here. Look at things. I think they're filters. That's my guess. This particular one that I've done here with these square boxes, I've referenced. Yeah, there it is. Now I understand what you mean about the green tips, because most of the time I'm in this mode and they're grey, and I'm like, huh, where's the green? But no, now I completely see what you mean. I think it's common because look, even this one has like a net over the front there. I don't know if you can see that, but I think it's pretty common to put filters on your air intakes in a helicopter. Tropical filter to avoid sand ingestion. Yeah. Or maybe it's just like a filter in general. Maybe it's more common for stuff to get sucked into helicopter engines than it is for plane engines. Or maybe it's just like, you know, maybe helicopters don't require as much air intake as a plane does. The air filters you looked up. Okay, cool. Jet engine filter. Cool. I think that maybe you only get those on helicopters, but not jets, because because helicopters need less air. If I was to guess, I don't know why, but that seems believable because they seem very common on helicopters, and I've never seen them on a jet ever. So there'll be some reason why, I'm sure. This track's kind of cool. I don't recognize it. Anyway, let's make this actually look good. This shape's kind of colliding with it, but I think that's alright. No, it's not. It's not great. I'm just gonna trim off here for give it a little quick little delete. Faces. Let's check out some of these actual air intakes and get some inspiration. Does this have air intakes? Not visible. Yeah, let's see. Now, they have the air intakes on top of the engines. I do want them in the middle. It's just been a part of my design since the beginning, and I just kind of like it. Yeah, very smooth. Very nice. This is insane. Like, modeling this would make me weep, so I'm not going to do that. So those are Black Hawk ones. What would it look like if the propellers and wings were angled upwards instead of downwards? I don't know. But honestly, I'm probably not going to change that because the helicopter's in like a decent place right now. Regarding the wings, I kind of like them. But this is what needs to work around. Oh, look at that. That's good ref. Like, look at that. Like, look at that shape there. Like, round over the top, like a little bump in the middle. And then, like, two, like, bazooka-looking air intakes on the front. This, I will copy. So, kind of feel like a bump in the middle. Let's see if I can quickly sort this out here. Concept completion, by the way, is the goal of this stream. Not necessarily a finished model, but a model that is like, I know what the vehicle is going to look like, you know? That's the goal of this stream. Having it kind of like concept complete, right? So I can just, all that needs to be done then is just model, add some random details, and then prep it for like texturing and texture. That's the ambition here. Same deal as modeling a motorcycle. Yes, if the insides are on the outsides, get ready to suffer, basically. Or at least spend a very long time. This guy, I wouldn't say I exactly know him, but like I know of him, and he's modeling an entire helicopter piece by piece, and I mean, complete admiration for it. It's incredible, but I just couldn't do that. It wouldn't even fit anywhere in my mind trying to do something like that. He's getting on with it as well. I mean, like, he used to post on Twitter, he left Twitter, and then he, I don't know where he went. I guess he went to, like, Blue Sky or something, but point is, anyway, helicopter piece by piece, whew, could not be me, but I do respect it. That's a great air intake right there. I know, isn't it? It looks very cool. I probably will change how the front parts look, but, like, the shape at the back of it is, like, already a useful tool for me to imitate on my design. I do want it to kind of, yeah, I want it to level out after this area here. Which, amusingly, is actually pretty close to what I was doing in the first place. But there's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes the road leads back to the start. I need to get the reference for how these box filters looked. I think there was a Russian helicopter. Let me see if I can find it. Maybe it was like the Super Hind or something? Yes, Super Hind. You know how you said you'd be able to see the heli carrying the mech and the mech selection screen, right? Will we only see the outside the heli when spawning in, or will we get some interior? There will be no helicopter interior. That would be a huge job. That would be like adding a whole nother mech cockpit, which took long enough the first time around. The helicopter will be visible from the exterior only. If it was a helicopter game, then you bet your bottom dollar I'd let you in the helicopter, but it's a mech game, so the helicopter's only use is from the outside of the helicopter. These are the boxy filters I was thinking about. I think there's some even squarer ones. It's kind of a hard thing to Google without just ending up on pure like technical drawings. Oh, here's some Black Hawks with the 3 square ones on them. It's kind of nice. It must be a very interesting challenge for the designers to have to design an air filter that meets the rigorous like safety standards of something filtering air for a helicopter, but also can filter the air fast enough to get it all in the helicopter without issue. That must be quite a challenge. Found a good reference pager. If you're in the Discord, you can just drop it in there and I'll check it out. Hmm. Yes. Hmm. Let's grab this. Stick it on the board. Getting things right is the hardest part because what is right? True, man. Like when you're designing like a concept for something like that isn't real, that doesn't exist, but you have to like, how do you make it feel right when it doesn't exist? You know what I mean? Like if you're modeling something that does exist, I'd say it's not easy to get it right. It's like it's hard because getting it right is hard. But like at least there is a right. You know what I mean? But like when you're designing something that there is no exact concept of like objectively correct, like on how it should look, it's like, oh, now the challenge is on because anything can be wrong, but also anything can be right, and that's like, it's a total situation. It's fun though. I mean, it is definitely more art than engineering. Like, I'm not saying it has to work in real life. I'm just saying, like, making it match the setting can be jerky, you know? Because it's like, what is right? It becomes philosophy. Uninstalling the game because the heli isn't real enough. Oh man. The heli's not even in the game yet. Didn't model every moving part. Oh god. Right, that's actually kind of a nice shape, I think. I put like a big like insert on the front here and then have it like that. That would be pretty cool. Why not extrude it a little bit? I'm thinking about it. I was thinking about insetting it a little bit actually, like this, and then just reduce down the. Not like that. Yeah, extruding it. Well, let me hang on. Let me look at the reference here. Insert a little bit. Bring it out front a little bit. And then like duplicate this, bring that out like that. Not up to DCS module standards. I thought DCS was like pretty good, but I always see the best aircraft models in War Thunder actually. I always think those ones look the best. DCS ones are definitely very accurate, like way more realistic, but the visuals, War Thunder has the visuals. Especially for the cockpits. Some of the DCS cockpits are a little bit meh, you know. Visually they're just like a little bit, it's alright. War Thunder usually goes some really nice. Yeah, fuck, I don't know if I do like that. I think it might be the overall flow into the shape at the front here, like the way it flows isn't quite right. I'd like it to be just smoother and like more flowy, you know? See what I can do about that. Pull this out a little bit, that'd be a good start. Yeah, that's a good start. Mech's already breaking reality with how much power they make and use. Yep. Yep. It's all about the feeling, you know? It is art, like Fimo said. It's just, it's for the sake of the vibe, it's for the sake of the art, more than anything else. Physics compliant but fictional, good luck. Yeah, not quite physics compliant, but it might make you think it's physics compliant if you just don't think that hard about it. It's still not right though, right? Like, I'm not crazy in saying this just doesn't quite hit the mark. Let me look at it with the engines on. It's just, yeah, it's not... The War Thunder, the bias allegations, that's funny. I think, well... I honestly kind of have an opinion that most plane sims are not realistic and do not fly like the actual aircraft in real life. Like, because the data just... I'm not convinced that it's possible to collect the data that much. So I wouldn't expect War Thunder or any game to be realistic. Like, DCS maybe is a bit of an exception. But on average, I expect all of them to be unrealistic. But just to be fun. What is going on here? Something's going on here. Ah. That was going on there. I gotta accidentally press the V key. I feel like we're straying away from what worked here. Unknown, undesirable territory. And I need to be fixing it. Let's see what we can pull out of our little cache of goodies here. Let's grab these back. I just saw something. I just had something sent to me that is insanely cool and EOD related, but I can't show you yet. The time is not yet right. You guys are going to see it soon? But holy shit, that's awesome. Hello, Reezer. God damn it. You feel like half circle looks weird, but making a full circle would look even weirder, and then half circle looks sleek. I think having these square filters on the front here is actually like basically almost like the saving grace of this section of it. And like this top being like totally flat isn't too cool either. I think it's like a lot about lost my train of thought there. Okay, figure this out. Right. Back to the reference board, where things go in times of where we should go. And you know what's wrong? The intakes are pushed too far back since the entrance on each side, and when you're not in the middle, you can move it forwards. True, actually. They could be forwards, couldn't they? Let's try that. Let's play with it. I think most of what's wrong actually isn't the intakes. Like, having the intakes is fine, right? But what's wrong is that we have this, like, if I, like, cover it up here, like, if I get, like, a plane, yeah? And then I cover it up like this. It looks fine, and then it's like, oops, let's just, let's close the arc a second here. It's like, move the plane out the way, and, like, if this section gets, like, progressively longer, and it just doesn't stop. I think that is what is bringing about the weird feeling. So, that's what we need to address here. So, let's... I'm actually going to split these two meshes out again. I know I went through all the effort, put them together. But sometimes, if you are afraid to mess up what you've got, you're not going to get to something better. So let's just pull this apart for a moment here. Sometimes I dream about cheese. Sorry, I think the stream's gonna have to end soon. I'm not built for this. Not built for the endurance of it. That being said, it does help keep the task at hand. Right, what I want to do is pull this like back here. Okay, like that. Why not drones? In what sense? Like, why not what being drones? I was curious how many Twitch messages didn't come through. I have got to get this chat situation sorted out because I'm missing YouTube messages, I'm missing Twitch messages. It's a disaster situation. Let me just try and see, like, pretty much everything said on Twitch for the last like half an hour or longer I missed. I can't even tell where I stopped missing the messages. Oh well, not to worry. Except saying thank you to Pixelbit for subscribing on Twitch. It will go in the snack fund. And there's some helicopter. Okay, the chat situation I think is fine now. The modeling can continue. The roof of the cabin looks off. Intakes would suffer bad airflow there. The helicopter, why does it need to be manned? You could go for a sleeker design if it were automated or remotely controlled by the mech pilot. I guess I would just say the reason why is because in this setting, the drones are not as put to the forefront. Because if you kind of start droning one thing, then you have to drone like everything, and then the mechs are drones, and if there's not a man in the mech, well, that's terrible. Gotta have a man in the mech. Because it's stylish. Exactly. It's just the setting, I think. It's for the love of the game. Right. Merging the wings onto this is not enough to bring back that sloped shape from the beginning. Like, that I've lost the bottle of. But we can fix that. We can fix that. Man is cheaper than tech. Yeah, especially in the fact that EOD is kind of like it's a bit of a post-apocalyptic scenario in a sense. So maintaining the infrastructure for something like a drone, you know, which typically involves satellites, you know, maintain the infrastructure for that way harder than put man in helicopter. This part is puzzling me almost as much as the what do you call it, as the cockpit did earlier on. So I think the way to solve this, so just make it a bit sleeker. It's funny, I look over in the chat and it just says you're replaceable. I'm like, oh, but it's about the like the concept of like helicopter pilots and AI in games. So with the twin rotor setup, would there be 4 engines? I think there would just be 2. I think. Quick little stretch. Because I'm getting kind of sediment here. Alright. Sedimentary? Does that mean you're turning into a rock? I don't know. See, what makes this interesting, right, is that in this case here, you kind of have this like pillar at the back. I think if that was just like a shape that went along and then stopped, it wouldn't be nearly as interesting to look at. So it's like, could I do something similar? Maybe, but like doing a similar thing without having a reason to do it, like aka basically having a rotor on the top, might be a bit weird. Don't know. Experimentation required. Do I like it like smoother down its side? I think I do. I think I do like that smoothness coming down here. I think it's cool. I'm in that state again where I'm focusing and I can't chat. Do we like this? I think it's kind of good. Maybe. Having a divider in between the air intakes is kind of unusual, like in terms of like what we're seeing on the actual vehicles. But like visually, it does kind of keep the flow going, and that's quite important. The flow is, you know, very critical to this whole aircraft, holding it together. I think I like it. What say we? What say we? The divide is good. June 2000. Love the divider, but make it longer and straighter. Okay, okay. Yeah, no, I see, I see. Not too much longer, though. It's a divisive thing. Oh god, that's the worst joke I'll ever make in my life. I'm sorry you all had to be here for that. It was a dark moment. Ellie looking lovely today, lads. Funny. Anyone else hear a background noise on the stream? Oh, what's the noise? I might be able to sort it out. Can do some mesh music in Blender as well. Yeah, I am kind of abusing these meshes right now just to get the concept together. But it's, you know, I'm getting away with it. I think it's coming together fairly nicely, honestly. Do. Rounding off the bombs, definitely a shout and a half. Risk of Rain has such good music. I'm starting to get very attached to this helicopter. I keep thinking scary, silly thoughts like it should be flyable in the game, even though it absolutely should not be flyable in the game. Under no uncertain circumstances should anyone in EOD ever be flying this helicopter. I'm gonna come through later and make like a proper mesh out of this. It's kind of sloppy, but it gets the concept design done, and that's what it needs to be. It should not be fly. Oh my god, Ethan's in the chat. Ethan is on the chat on Twitch. He's listening in. He heard. He heard. Oh god, that's funny. Ethan is the one who would be made to make it flyable in game. You fly it for the first few seconds of the match, you just can't control it. True, true. Start making the cockpit right now. Immediately, we're getting full controls via our desktop. Yeah. I think Ethan would not love to make it flyable. I think he might cry. What's this? So you said, is the background noise sorted, by the way, or is it ongoing? Because otherwise, I don't know. I could shut my window or something if it's maybe like the sound from outside. Yeah, the cockpit heads-up display. Yeah, we have time for that. That won't derail the entire game or anything, I'm sure. Can I... Let's see. Pop out chat. Right, new plan for the chats. I'm going to have them on my second monitor. I only have 2 monitors, so we're making big monitor sacrifices here. But I think it's going to be okay. Can I pop this chat out? How do I do it? Settings. Clear chat, no. Pop out chat, yes. Where's the option for popping out the chat? It's gotta be a way. I've done it before. Let's ditch this amazing game and pivot. No, we don't pivot. We don't pivot here. We scope creep. We just make the game bigger and bigger and bigger until it explodes. Only 2 monitors. Well, I used to have 3, you know, and then 1 just gave up. So it's I found the pop-out chat button. Excellent, brilliant. Ditch this game, make a sim racing game. You should talk to Rinvo in the chat with you right now about that. he knows a thing or two about sim racing games. If he's still here anyway, I have no idea, but that's his thing. The only pivot we need is the mech joints pivoting when moving. Yeah! Okay, let's just do a little bit on this tail here. This tail end of things. You heard Star Citizen's almost done? Wow. I am kind of often taken aback by the sheer amount of money that game managed to raise. No, it's an indictment against it or anything. It's just kind of incredible that it happened. Like, that is just such an unbelievable, like... It's GTA money, you know what I mean? But it may be more than GTA money. I don't know how much they make GTA's worth. Oh, excuse me. Right. Is that about the right size? These probably should be bigger? Question mark? No, I think the size is about right, actually. The side part's going to be a little larger. Put a small one on top of the top fin here. I mean, small like that. Enough money to buy a big Jubak. I'll probably make a real Jubak that can walk. For the price of 1 copy of Star Citizen. Honestly though, when you look at it, the game is kind of amazing. I've never played it, so that's probably why I think that. But but like the graphics and everything, they're very well with it. What the fuck is scope creep? Never heard of it, man. No idea. Unless you mean that sincerely, by the way. I can't tell chat. I assume it's just a joke, but Like scope creep is like it's where you just like add more features to your game concept forever until it never comes out. Oh, English not your native language. Okay, okay. No, it's my bad. It's because saying like, "What is scope creep?" Like it sounds like it could be a joke. You know what I mean? Like, "What is scope creep?" Ha ha ha. No such thing. But yeah, no, it's just a like a game dev like concept, I guess. Pretty well known by players though, I think, because of how many games have been killed by scope creep that otherwise would have been, you know, fine and dandy. Scope creep is the default development mode. True. EOD used to have huge problems with it. A couple of years ago, we hadn't quite dialed things in on that front yet. Now we're pretty good, but back then things were a little scary. Oh, you're right. That is, yeah. I guess I did more describe feature creep, but like scope creep is like a larger sense of that. You know, it's like even changing what the game is. So it's like adding in whole new mechanical elements, right? Like new systems, not just like features, but changing everything about it. Like, for example, how you know they added like planes, or sorry, they added like tanks to War Thunder. That wasn't exactly creep, I would say, because it was very intentional, and I'm sure they planned to do it from the beginning. But like, that was like a definitive like scope growth, yeah. So what I want to do is add one of these like, the way that kind of you see this on a lot of helicopters. They kind of have like multiple shapes here that are kind of meshed with each other. Oh, look at that! Look at the way that like circle is like mushed into. Oh, that's really nice. I need to do that. Yeah, like adding infantry back into EOD would be, first of all, the death of the project, but second of all, insane scope creep. Structural ridge, yeah. It's cool though, I really like it. So I can slip one on the back here. Fatten up the tail a little bit here. And it can just lead straight into it. I mean, adding tanks in War Thunder is like an example of it in some senses, but also that led to a huge amount of success for that game, and was probably fairly like thought about beforehand. So I'd say it's an example of, you know, when increasing the scope can work more than the death of a game. So I suspect most of the games that die from scope creep we don't hear about because they died. Oh, that is... We do love a structural ridge here. So I can just make it a bit more like that one in the picture. Oh. Fellas. I mean, not to toot my own horn or anything, but that is a nice shape for the tail end there. That is the stuff that dreams are made of. If dreams were making 3D models. It has a pretty imposing stature, I think. I want to lift the wheels up a little bit, I think, more like that. Honestly, it won't take that much more, and I think we can probably end this stream. We have the design locked in. I will figure out a bit more at the bottom, probably. Then all I need to do is take this away and just, you know, start detailing parts, etc., etc. Go through the process. This area here is like insanely messy, so what I'll probably do is, I mean, I could do on stream, but I'll probably do off stream, is I will use these wings and I will just trace the shape of it, and I retopologize it if you're familiar with the lingo of the maneuvers. But you think the tail is small? Okay. Well, let me see about that. I thought, you know, it's like half the width of the wings. I thought it was fairly about the right size. Yeah, no, I just thought it was about the right size, to be honest. And in terms of height, it's like basically the same height as the aircraft. Retopology my enemy. Ah, it's not so bad. It's alright. Oh yeah, I wanted to add, I know I wanted to add back here, actually. I wanted to add some control surfaces, just because with the more, you know, it has that like forward tilt, this particular aircraft that I'm designing here. So I feel like it wouldn't be outside the realms of reasonable design to give it some aerodynamic surfaces at the back. I drew them on my original sketch. Here you can see I drew out the elevators and the rudder. Let me check out the V-22's tail. You're right, to be fair, that is massive. That is very big. Yeah, no, good point. Fair enough. But in the same sense, like, in terms of, like, visual proportion with the aircraft, like, it's about right, you know? Yeah, and yeah, this is Blender, but also, yeah, Maya is still used to game dev. Both tools get used in game dev all the time. Taller and shorter at the top. You can make the tail a little taller and shorter at the top. Which one? Taller or shorter? I'm confused. Yeah, Blender is like super accessible, and you know, perfectly serviceable, right? Like, there are some things about Blender that are not the best, but for the most part, I mean, for free, no one can complain about that. Two small ones at the Mech. I think I understand what you mean now by taller but shorter. I mean that like far away view, you know what I mean? Like that silhouette view. Because you're going to see this thing probably as a silhouette against the sky quite a lot, I would think. Let's see how it looks. Your only issue in Blender is figuring out how to do things. I suppose that is the hard part, right? As a silhouette, that's pretty good, I think. I think I can work with that. Yeah, I just don't like how V-tails look that much. Like, check out this one. Like, tell me that this wouldn't look better without a V-tail. Like, the V-tail just, it doesn't suit the body. It doesn't suit anything about it. Like, it's cool in a sort of sci-fi kind of way. But, like, also, V-tails on helicopters look so tacked on. Now, if it was a jet, you know, a V-tail with some flaperons, like, sign me up. F-35 all the way. But on a helicopter, I don't know. You don't mean a V-tail like that? Oh, okay, what do you mean? It's contentious. Some people like it, some people hate it. The V-tail debate is huge. It's the cutting edge issue on the mouths of everyone in the nation. What am I probably talking about? I think there's a certain point where I stream for about 5 hours and then it just becomes complete and utter nonsense. But the helicopter's still going good, so I'm going to keep this going until the helicopter starts getting bad and then I'll call it. It's a sign, you know, it's a sign. It's like, it's not getting any better from here. Let's call it. You sent a drawing in the Discord. Cool. Well, let me know when it's there. Blender takes your soul as payment. True. You think V-tail would look better on a wider tail? Yeah, I generally agree. I think V-tail, like, if I do a drawing, right? I think if you have a V-tail like this, like that, it looks a bit weird. But, like, if you have it like that, like... Oh yeah, very good. Very good when it's like that. The horizontal stable is down a bit. Like the F4 Phantom's downward semi-V-tail, so you have 3 surfaces for yaw. Sent. Let me check it. Let me check it. I'm opening the Discord. I'm going in the channels. I'm finding it. Is it in anything general? Yeah. Let's find out. Let's try it. Let's see if that works. F32 Raptor style, yeah. Okay, wait. Here. Oh, I think that works, but this needs to be like a different kind of shape now. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold your horses. This needs to be rounder and sort of chubby now, because it's become that kind of surface. Yes, well, Actually, I think it throws the balance of the whole thing off, to be honest. Like, the weight feels just about right. And adding more on the tail here, it kind of throws it off a bit. I'm going to put it back to how it was. Just having that larger size, I think it could be a smidgen larger, but like doing them as like a really big vertical thing throws it off. 3D design director. Add your cat to the credits. What's your cat's name? Oh, dihedral wings? Yeah, I know. Picture and name in the Discord and then You should make them as big as World of Warcraft shoulder pads. Okay, actually, generally speaking, this stuff, like everything kind of here, pretty good. The only things that need to be tackled are like kind of these areas. These are not designed nearly as much as the other areas are, so let's leave our lovely little top situation be, because it's in a pretty good place, and work up some of this stuff. Let's look at some of these engines, shall we? Specifically, these ones. Now, one thing I really like about these engines, let me tell you what it is. That is going to be so much easier to model something like this compared to something like this, or God forbid, something like this. I would really rather do this. Every day of the week, this. So let's try and shape match that a little bit. Alright, well, thanks for swinging by, Nov. Hope you enjoyed. Yeah, it is the hardest to make work in real life. It would be a very scary, dangerous ride, probably, but, you know, then, you know, we're just a game. Oh, thank you. Ah, the cat. It's got a bit of floorboard camouflage, that cat. I feel like it, I don't know, is that really the case, Dutch? I feel like it's had more crashes than most things. And like, I mean, the way it flies is like more, it is more like risky than most aircraft, I would say. Just based on its unusual design. I mean, maybe I'm wrong about that, but, you know, it's just my perception of it. I'm sure it's not that bad, otherwise it wouldn't be flown, but like, it even got grounded for a while. I don't know. Not an expert. Yeah, I did actually know about that, like, emergency shafts thing. Smack dab middle of the crash rates for helicopters. Fair enough. I mean, helicopters are... I think they have a lot worse crash rates than aircraft, generally. Like, than, you know, fixed-wing aircraft, I mean to say. proper landing gear will be assembled at a later date. How old am I? I am 24. Helicopters can sort of glide to safety of the altitude. Yeah, they can, but you have to. It doesn't. You know, you're not always able to pull that off, right? Like, you can't always pull that maneuver off. Pretty young, I guess so. It's relative, I suppose, always, but in some senses, yeah. I find it's just the age to realize, oh, I actually need to sleep properly. That's how I would describe the mid-20s experience. Oh, I should probably actually look after my sleep. You're 37, you still have a terrible sleep schedule. Well, I don't think I'm going to be any different, but, like, at least know I need to look after my sleep. But, you know, when you're younger, like, it doesn't hit you as hard, right? You have to do it to wrap up your FAA helicopter flight training. Right, okay. Do not worry. Hydrating, okay, hydrating, one problem, hydrating, I've never had an issue with. I just love drinking water for some reason. Like, to the extent where I'm actually, like, me and one of my other friends are notorious for, like, when we go into, like, a restaurant or a cafe or something, that we all just be like, yeah, 2 jugs of water, please. And then, like, by the time the meal's done, they'll be like completely like it's just, it doesn't sound remarkable because it isn't, but like we do seriously get through it. And same in real life. Like on this stream, I probably already drank like maybe 4 liters of water or more. So hydrating, that one will never be an issue. You guys, Pixelbit saying on Twitch, you guys are sleeping. Yeah. Sometimes it feels like you have to stay up to like, you know, have enough time, but then you kind of realize that if you do, you're gonna end up paying for it on the other side anyway, so you might as well go to bed. That's what I've been thinking about recently anyway. Got to drink when you're hardworking, then you down 3 cups. I mean, that'll work. I actually, this is like just a very dumb story, but on Amazon, like I always wanted to buy, I wanted to buy very badly like a huge water bottle, so I wouldn't have to refill it when I'm at my desk. So I wanted to buy a 2-liter water bottle, and I had to look through because every like 2-liter water bottle, and like let me just pull up an image of this. Hold on, I'll just show you what I mean. It's a lot easier that way. 2-liter water bottle. Here's what it is, right? Can you see this image on the stream of this like big 2-liter water bottle? This is so dumb, but this really made an influence on my purchasing choice. You see here it says 7 a.m. good morning, 9 a.m. hydrate yourself, 11 a.m. you've got it, 1 p.m. be creative, and so on, so on. Okay, I'm gonna go through like 3 of these in a day, man. I don't need these like patronizing ass motivational messages on my water bottle. This shit would piss me off like crazy by the time I'm like day 3 into using this water bottle. So I had to scour like all the way through Amazon to find like one water bottle, because they're all like this, by the way. Like every 2-liter water bottle is like this. Except maybe 2 or 3. Your selection, if you don't want some like patronizing messages on your water bottle, they'll just have you pissed off all day whenever you want to drink water. You're going to be scrolling. You're going to be on like page 3 of Amazon. Do you know how often you end up on like page 3 of Google Amazon these days? Never. It never happens. But they get you with this shit. It had me like it didn't piss me off, like not sincerely, but God, I just did not want one with like the instructions on it. 1 p.m. you'll make it to the end of the day as I get to like my 3rd, like I'm on like liter 5 of the day or something, and it's only like 2 p.m. But yeah, genuinely, now I just have a joke, and it does not patronize me or tell me that it's 1 p.m. and I must have a sip. Like on Twitch, we have all those like little silly button things pressed up for like games and just random like stream jokes and stuff. But like, by the way, I'm gonna redo this engine section once I've finished talking because I don't like it that much. But 2-liter bottle with mean things written on it. I mean, that's barely any different. It's all gonna drive me crazy. But like on Twitch, you know, there's a thing, like a lot of streamers have this because it's one of the default options of the points thing, like the point system. Like I have Tetris and shit set up because that's more fun to me, but one of the default ones is hydrate, and I feel like I'd be outpacing it. Like there's no amount of points you could funnel into the hydrate that would have me drinking water any faster than I was. Engine nacelles could probably be a tad longer. You've got clearance. Yeah, well, I'm not wild about the shape of the whole block, to be honest. Like, I mean, look how square it is. Like, I know it's like the square phase of modeling, but oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, okay, I'm not sneezing anymore. But it's just, even if you subdivide it, like it's really like chunky, and yeah, we're gonna take it back to square one. It'll be good. I need the reverse. 2 p.m. You're still drinking. Honestly, you know, okay, for things that I'm actually dog shit at, like I'm getting kind of like, I think I don't know, something happens around hour 6 on stream. I go a little crazy. How long have we been live? We've been live for 6 hours and 20 minutes. It's definitely gonna be time to stop soon, but I want to try and get this engine somewhere I actually like it before then. But totally lost the plot what I was talking about. We'll never know. That was not the place I like it. Okay, square zero. Let's have a look at. Let's check the ref. Take a step back. We're going crazy here. See, the problem is I don't want to model this shit here. It would drive me crazy, but like it is objectively the best looking way for rotors to be mounted on a helicopter. If we start streaming long enough, we start speaking of Mickey Mouse. I think it's like you just drive yourself crazy by talking for so long. Not in like a sincere and bad way, but like you just start saying unusual things because you're running out of normal things to say. The stream shaming bottle gets 6 hours streaming. What the fuck? Get some rest, but I mean I do take breaks. I've had 2 bits of pie, plenty of water. These shapes are just kind of cool. Like, can we just steal this, honestly? Probably. How does it come together at the bottom? It's kind of like swoop, swoop, swoop. Yeah, okay. Let's send these to the, I always keep an archive, short for archive, when I'm doing 3D, and then like a fresh file like this, and then I can just throw shit in the arc when I need it. What flavor of pie? Like pork sausage filling pie. It's pretty yummy. Two cylinders coming together as one, yeah. It's what I'm looking and seeing here. So I'm just gonna give it the old. I know this is rough. Bear with me on this one. I think what we're gonna want at the bottom here is went 10 hours actually doing a Creeper World 4 stream. That's incredible. I think I would get very addicted to the Creeper World games. I've seen them around, they seem extremely fun. Hello, Marisa. Do we even like this shit though? Let's be real here, people. Do we like this shit that much? On this model? I don't know. I don't know what the what I kind of originally had the idea for was fucking hell. I'm 6.5 hours deep in streaming, and one of my friends just sent me a very funny meme. And what I originally envisioned was like a flat fin here that would have that rotational nature to it. But since it won't be able to, like, since the angle of things is going to be kind of shallow, it won't work as well, probably. And everything else is kind of smooth. The whole copter is a bit small. It's so big. It's so huge. You must see the meme. I cannot show you the meme. I'm sorry, I just can't do it. ESD in the chat is the one who sent it to me. He's biased. Don't listen to him. A little too schwappy. I don't know what that means. Okay. Lock in. It doesn't do much good for the front, like, view either. And it's like too... Wait, hold on, let me just, It works, you think? I'm not so sure. Not super convinced about that. I think I would just like to come up with something different and unique for this aircraft rather than lifting the shape so straight away from the V-22. So I kind of have it the wrong way around. Oh, it does look kind of good that way around though. Ooh, that's a tough call now. What are we thinking? Because that actually looks kind of good that way around. How's the silhouette from a distance? It's kind of nice. Okay, I do think I could do better, but like, let's at least keep this in the bank because it has some potential. Does it have to be helicopter? If we told like a huge drone with cockpit would be reasonable? No, yeah, but like, it's the spirit of it, man. You know, a huge drone would be cool, but like, I want to feel like there's a guy riding me into battle, you know, not some like autonomous robot. Like, I want to feel like there's something at stake here, you know. And there's a guy whose job it is to drop my mech off, you know. It's the kind of, it's the vibes. It's the vibes of it. See, a drone would be hyper reasonable, but then if you're getting delivered into battle by a drone, why is a drone not also responsible for having the battle? You know what I mean? Ooh, I like what you just sent me there. ESD/para, if that is your real name. But check out this ref I just got sent. That is nice. That is very nice, actually. I hope you enjoyed the Dreadmore, Wazwa, and I hope you enjoyed this stream. Typical armor pilot experience. The typical armor pilot experience in every scenario I've had is the pilot gets injected with morphine by other by other people in the helicopter, and then immediately falls unconscious and crashes and kills everyone in the helicopter. There was one occasion where the helicopter was full of us, and there was a pilot and a co-pilot. The pilot got injected and knocked out with morphine. That nearly caused us to crash. The co-pilot took over and saved it, and then the co-pilot was immediately injected with morphine and passed out. That's the armor experience I know for pilots. It's just, I'm just gonna put these on hidden for now, and I kind of wonder what about just like a long cuboid like this, because this is new. want to give it the over the top rounded look that you often see on like aerodynamic components like this. And by over the top, I don't mean like extreme, I mean like physically the actual top of it usually goes rounded. I like the silhouette that this gives, actually a lot more than the other engine. Like, a lot more, but, making it make sense actually is kind of its own challenge. And that is almost certainly not the solution to it, but let's see how it looks. Actually, you know what? I've done worse before. I still need that elevation off the ground here. Now that I really do not like. The bottom part, yes. This little stump here, absolutely not. Nuh-uh. Are you making a nose now, Ben? Welcome back. The rotor could be a bit thinner? Yeah, probably. I'll get to the rotor in a second. I'm just trying to figure out the mounting point first. And then I can mess around a bit there. That's such a weird like shit. It's like a submarine or something. Okay. Ooh, that's kind of an interesting shape. I don't think for here, but like, it's, yeah, well, it's got something. But if it's something good, let's thin these rotors down a little bit. Now there's also the option, of course, of turning back to this kind of system. Having like the angled rotor like that, and then doing like this. But like, I don't know if that's what we want for this aircraft. That being said, that's kind of a vibe. That's kind of cool. That might be something to save as a possible option. I don't know. No, I think it's a no from me. I want them vertical. Hmm. Alright, let me just think for a second. What about an angle and more in the middle? You make it more dragonfly-like? Dragonfly-like. How does that look? Like, what kind of angle? I'm not sure I quite understand. Like a Skorsky S64. Let's check it out. Oh, okay, like the Sky Crane, yeah. I mean, that's kind of like, believe it or not, that's kind of like where we started. Like, if you check out this image, that was what this is, right? Two rotors at an angle, Skorsky, but we didn't like it as much as this version here. Where we kind of put them on the wingtips. I think it's funny at the beginning of this, I was like, less wings and more like leg-like wheels. Okay. There's potential, yeah, there's potential there. I think it's funny at the beginning of this, I was like, once I get the cockpit done, or like the front end done, this is gonna be like dead easy. And now we're here like, how do I get that done? Should look at the Ka-35. True. Our opposing teams have two separate helis. No, they're gonna have the same heli because making two separate helis is like big job. Big job. Yeah, let me look at the Ka-35 a little bit. Oh my, that is quite something. Wait, that's the one. Was that the one I was already looking at? I'm not sure. Ka-22. The Ka-22 is crazy. They were on some like bad piggies levels of innovation when they were doing like early flight stuff. They were just sticking anything on there. I wonder if I can actually play that, or if it's well, we're gonna find out. Stick of the key. I may get copyright struck for this. If I do, it'll be worth it. You didn't miss the stream. Woo. Well, I mean, look, it's not going to be that much longer, but there is some stream for you not to miss. Okay. I'm using 300% of my brain right now to figure this out. I'm using 300% of my brain, and it's gonna be followed by like absolute terrible design. Chinook style is possible, but I really don't want to rework the rotors. I like them a lot on the end of the wings, and like the whole aircraft's kind of bounced around that. So I'm trying to save. Honestly, I'm trying to save a little bit of time here by making this design work, instead of reworking a whole new thing. Here we go. This is the music that will lead me to figuring out what I'm trying to do. Did you guys ever play Bad Piggies though? I feel like it was like way too good and like way too advanced for like being a mobile game. It was a masterpiece. I agree. Cinematography? What do you mean? Expert? Hey, welcome, Aaron. Well, I'm sure you can get to the playtest. Keep an eye out, and we'll be announcing it relatively soon. And 2 weeks to the announcement, it turned back to relatively from really. It was always relatively. Any hope of really soon was just a cope. It'll be worth it though, I think. This is going to be like, out of all the playtests that have changes and differences between them, this one is going to be the most different to any other playtest we ever ran. Well, I quite like that. Honestly, I think that looks fairly good. I might change it a little bit, but I like how it attaches on, but like, I actually like it, so yeah. I'm not going to model a mechanically accurate rotor system, no. I was talking earlier about a guy I'm aware of. I don't know him personally or anything, but I know him, or I know who he is, vaguely, because I saw him on Twitter. and he I think someone I know knows him, like properly knows him. But anyway, point is, this guy on Twitter, or it's weird because okay, it's hard to describe like how I know this guy, because like he's a guy on Twitter, right? Like posting his stuff publicly, or at least he was before he burned his Twitter off. But he's also like someone that like someone I knew, if that makes sense. Like he's only like one link away from me. Like I know a guy who knows him, but also like I only know him because he posted stuff online. And finding the exact way to describe that is weirdly difficult. Or maybe I'm just 6 hours deep in a stream and thinking about it too much. But anyway, point is, he was modeling a helicopter piece by piece, and I think that's crazy. Oh yeah, we're doing it. We're going rotor mode. None of that concealed mechanic stuff. I think we need to have at least a little bit of rotor. I'll probably grossly simplify it, because it'll only ever be seen from a distance, but like at least some level of rotor, you know? It's just cool. Put like a little hat on it like that. Have you missed a moment or two? Only a moment or two, nothing too crazy. I'm just making a very rough approximation of a rotor turbine hub thing here. Nothing too actually legit yet. I will do a proper one. Or like I said, I'll do a semi-proper one, good for viewing from a distance, when I finish the model off, but for now it'll just be a basic version. We're locked in again. The speaking has stopped. The modeling must continue. Okay, I'm getting that feeling that it's probably time to end the stream. It's been a good... How long we run? How long we run? Run 6 hours and 53 minutes. I don't know how that compares to previous streams. I don't remember how long they were. But certainly quite a long time. And I've also accidentally been recording for apparently a straight hour. So let me go delete that footage because it's going to be filling up my hard drive. Where did I actually put that recording? D drive, UD recording. Let's just get rid of that. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna get a cool money shot of this against the sky. And then we're gonna call it. I'm gonna get a very low resolution image against the sky apparently. Let's see if we can crank that up a little bit. A sad sky, that one, that was quite nice. Shoot it with like a, I don't know, what, like a 120mm camera? Yeah, that looks pretty good. Let's pick a more ideal lighting condition. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, that's the finale of the stream. I'll post some images in the Discord after. Thank you everyone for coming and watching. Bye bye. Bye bye.